Meeting of the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee, and we'll go to ask if there are any apologies.
Through the Chair, we have apologies from Mayor Brown, Councillor Cashmore, Councillor Crowe, Member McDonald, Councillor Quacks and Councillor Sir John Walker for absence, and Councillor Penrose for early departure.
No. I'm early departure.
And Councillor
Penny holds for late.
Well, I move that the apologies be received. I'll second that. Put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. I just want to mention that we hope to get this meeting over because there is a appointment. Some councils have got an appointment this afternoon in relation to an overseas delegation that's in Auckland. So we'll. I think there's no problem about that happening. Any declarations of interest? Well, you got any matters they want to declare an interest in? No. We now go to confirmation of minutes, and I will move. Councillor and I will move that we confirm the ordinary minutes of the meeting of this committee held on Thursday, the 4th of August, as a true and correct record. I'll second that. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Members, Councillor Stewart's just reminded me that we should all stand for a minute's silence for the death of Sarah. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just on acknowledgements, this is your final meeting as chair of this committee, I understand?
Well, yes, possibly, unless there's another meeting. There is a provision for a meeting in October.
I would just, as your North Shore colleague, I'd just like to lead an acknowledgement on behalf of all the councillors of Councillor Wood in chairing this committee. I've known, if I can say, George, since 99. You came in as mayor of 99, wasn't it, George?
Yep, yeah.
Of North Shore City, and known him for a pretty long innings, and I think we've worked extremely constructively all the way. But particularly, I'm not suggesting this is a sign-off from local government, Mr. Chair, because you are standing for the Devonport Takapuna Local Board, but I think it's an opportunity for all of us to acknowledge what it takes to actually chair a committee here at Council and to be committed for a very lengthy period leading the North Shore community and the wider communities of Auckland. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your work and your ultimate meeting, which I think it is, here at Auckland Council.
Well, thank you. And I'd also like to mention that this is Councillor and I's last meeting possibly of this committee, which he is the Deputy Chairman of. And Arthur and I have worked in a constructive way, attending pre-gender meetings and just having early discussions before the meeting with the officers, and I think that's been very helpful. So I certainly thank Arthur for his contribution as well, and contribution across council. Arthur, thank you. Thank you. So thank you for that, Councillor Darby. Much appreciated. We now move to petitions. There's no petitions, so we move to item 5, which is public input, and we do have a number of people in public input. I have asked that the Secretary that we keep these to strictly to 5 minutes, and we'll have 3 questions for each, a maximum of 3 questions for each submitter. So the first is Mr. Stephen Browning, who is a Green Party MP, spokesperson for the organics, pesticides, GE, food safety and biosecurity matters. Yes, if you sit there, Mr. Greening, that'd be much appreciated. And yes, you have 5 minutes, and you have a presentation documents that you also wish to have distributed.
Yes.
Thank
Am I better to sit? Or
yes, sit. Yeah, they're fine.
Okay,
Yes.
sure. Thank you. Kia ora tātou, and thanks for giving me this 5 minutes. I'm actually very concerned that this council is actually reviewing what appears to be a very good weeds policy and a very recent weeds policy.
Exactly.
It seems to be effective, or it should be effective, and it probably should really be being implemented rather than being reviewed. And I actually have to question what the nature of the review, or what has really prompted the review, when the evidence around the world is that this glyphosate-based herbicide that the council's decided to increase in this area is actually being pulled all around the world. And it's very, very concerning. You have to wonder what the politics is that has driven you to do this, or what is happening in the staff of this council, and maybe Auckland Transport, that's already got a bad reputation, to have done this. It is very, very concerning. Christchurch in this time is phasing it out over the next 2 years, and the European Commission has just recommended to all its member states that this herbicide come out of parks and playgrounds and public places, and for some other uses as well. They only gave it an 18-month extension while they did further research, rather than the 15 years that they were going for their normal consent. There's some very big concern internationally. Yesterday, I was out at Robbie's statue, and I thought Robbie would never have gone down this path. Robbie would be most concerned at the direction this council has gone in terms of the sprays. The pack I've given you, apart from some nice stickers to give to put on the back of your phones or to your kids or grandkids, it has got a brief of what is wrong with glyphosate on the front. There's a very small discussion on the back around the EPA, and I'll talk to that in a moment. It then has a document called Glyphosate No Safe Level. We are updating that because there's been new stuff from the JMPR and EPA that's referred to in the updated 2-page in front of it, but it's got tons and tons of research papers linked in there, and you can go online and you can open any of those up, supporting what our concerns are. Then the other one is Paradigm Shift, and I'd like you to look at that on the basis that it's a smaller document, and I know how many papers you get, but it has a bit of a discussion on why you maybe need to have a look at the culture of spraying, and how you might be able to minimise costs in other ways, rather than using something that's actually toxic to the full community. The scientists that I speak to are concerned about glyphosate in our food, but they think, and this is the work they're working on now, is the biggest level of take by people is through environmental exposure, continuous low-level exposure. I'll flick quickly to the issue of the EPA. The EPA presented to you, and the EPA spun it. I looked at the presentation, and the EPA has put out another paper or a review around the carcinogenicity. That review used a very narrow band of science. I'd like to see the terms of reference for Wayne Temple that did that review. He's a brilliant toxicologist for acute poisoning. This, what we're talking about, is chronic poisoning. So the criticisms of the EPA review include reduced importance of studies where associations between glyphosate and cancer were identified. So we reduced the importance of those, and excessive reliance on industry-produced science. And you mentioned the JMPR, which they mentioned when they did the presentation to you. The JMPR is that joint WHO and FAO group. That was chaired by an Alan Bubis from the Life Sciences group, ILSI. In 2012, they took $500,000 off Monsanto. They also took a little bit more than that of crop life, which is like our AgCom, the chemical industry. That is the science that is being used. Those are the managers of some of those decisions that have been put out in the world to confound regulators and decision makers like yourself. But the European Commission, it is seeing through it. It is looking at the full science, the publicly available science, not this industry science that the EPA reviewer chose to point to on a consistent basis. He used science that Monsanto put up. Monsanto put up, and the EPA's biggest dollop of information they got since the finding that glyphosate was a probable carcinogen was from Monsanto. I did an Official Information Act thing on it. This stuff is toxic, and even if there's elements of doubt, there's so many aspects of it that are toxic, and endocrine disruption is probably the biggest one, the most important one, because it's an issue at parts per billion and even parts per trillion.
Thank you.
What is the safe
We're
limit?
now at 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr.
I appreciate the extra time.
So, any questions of Mr. Browning? Councillor Walker?
Sure. I understand that one of the reasons why glyphosate is being pulled in Europe is not only because of impact on food, impact on inhalation and exposure, but also water, and in particular contamination of groundwater and aquifers that are used for people
Yes.
that drink it. Could you make some comment on that, please,
Yes,
Stefan?
I mean, Monsanto in the advertising in the early days was that this was the same thing. It breaks down as soon as it hits the soil. That's not quite the case. And in fact, some of the breakdown products are even more toxic. It has been found in groundwater. Denmark actually pulled its use in some areas totally for a while until that was rectified. We're just not having that proper study of it in New Zealand, and yet we're increasing the use consistently. It is an issue. It does get into water.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Case?
Stefan, you've read the report that's before us today. What do you think this council should be doing? What, if there was one thing we could do that would have immediate impact, what would it be?
It would be a moratorium on the use of glyphosate straight away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. At the beginning you said that you wondered why we were doing the review, and I understand it's political, it's just to hold a decision back really. I wasn't at the meeting, but that's what I've got from that, is because I actually believe what you say, that we've actually got a really good policy already, and it's just us enforcing the you know, implementing and making sure it happens with our CCO. So from my point of view, so in your opinion, we don't need to review this, we just need to get on and do what's in it?
Absolutely. My concern was, and I've talked to candidates for the mayoralty and people like that, I don't think they want it to be a local body issue. I think every candidate should be saying yes or no, that they will be getting this off the streets in Auckland. It doesn't need to be reviewed as to a risk. We know it's a risk. So the policy is effective. The objectives and principles, and maybe others will speak to that, are very, very clear that we should be using the lowest toxicity possible.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Browning.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the extra time.
I'll move that we receive the presentation
Second.
on glyphosate and
Thank you.
thank Mr. Browning for his presentation. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. The next presentation is from Hannah Blackmore. Thank you, Hannah. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We have restricted feedback on the scope of this review to 3 vital recommendations for which we seek support and approval from the committee today. The most crucial is that as this review is taking place in response to petitioners' call for an immediate ban on the chemical glyphosate, we require implementation of the precautionary principle and the suspension of all use of glyphosate in public places whilst this review is being undertaken. This request is made in light of the rapidly changing regulation environment and significant rulings and decisions made about glyphosate in the last year, and Stefan has touched on this. IARC's classification that glyphosate is a probable human carcinogen, the subsequent European Union recommendations minimizing its use in public places, the European ban on glyphosate formulations containing a toxic chemical POEA, a common ingredient in glyphosate formulations, the refusal by our government and the EPA to identify which products in use here contain POEA, and our EPA recommendations that children and pets should be kept away from glyphosate spraying. And in support of this, it is noted that the European Parliament actually voted to ban the use of glyphosate in public places. That's the Parliament. Subsequently, even though the European Food Safety Authority, like our EPA, did not agree with IARC's classification, the European Commission did recommend the minimisation of glyphosate in public places when it renewed its licence for only 18 months instead of 15 years. Numerous cities and countries around the world have already put in place restrictions and bans, the latest being a complete ban in Malta, and Italy, where the Minister of Health has just put in place comprehensive restrictions, including banning its use in public areas. And finally, our EPA says POEA is present in 69 of 91 glyphosate formulations used in New Zealand, and it has to be assumed that this chemical is currently being sprayed in Auckland. The second vital recommendation is that the operational review identified in this scoping document is intrinsically linked to the weed management policy and needs to be part of the policy review. A draft operational review was presented to committee shortly after the weed management policy was adopted in 2013. The draft was referred back to a working party for further revision, in particular to comply with the objectives of the policy. Recommendations for public consultation were never implemented, and this 2013 operational review effectively disappeared. The 2015 operational review identified in this scope as an entirely different document, and its recommendations are fundamentally inconsistent with the weed management policy. It has never been consulted on or reported to the public or any committee. Therefore, it needs to be examined as well, and any implementation of current recommendations, like all roadside treatment should be by glyphosate, suspended until after the full policy review has been completed. Thirdly, and most importantly, the policy review has been called for because of concerns raised by the public and their repeated requests and petitioning for the removal of chemicals from all public places. It is vital, therefore, that the public is consulted directly and facilitated to actively participate in this review. There should be a process agreed for public views, information and submissions to both the weed policy and the operational review to be publicly heard and considered through reports and updates to, say, the Environment, Climate Change and Natural Heritage Committee. Considering point 17 of the scope of the review, that, quote, the review presents the opportunity to provide greater transparency and clarity to the public on weed management activities. It is self-evident that the public must be involved with all aspects of this review from day one. Since the adoption of the weed management policy in 2013, all public participation and consultation on its action plan, implementation plan, and the operational review has been non-existent. All work on these plans or policies has either been conducted internally or supposedly by the best practice reference and political advisory groups. None of these groups is open to the public, and their agendas, minutes, and reports are not published. This is in stark contrast to the weed policy's development in 2013 and its comprehensive Auckland City precursor in the 1990s, which was extensively consulted on and overwhelmingly supported by the public with both submissions and participation at workshops, hui, committees and local boards. Public views, information and submissions were welcome and published. We should have no less now. So to summarise, we seek endorsement from the committee for these 3 recommendations and their integration into the policy review. Briefly, an immediate moratorium on the use of glyphosate in public places while this review is being undertaken. 2, a review of the 2015 operational review is included and its current recommendations and implementation plan suspended. 3, the involvement and participation of the public in all aspects of this review, and a process for them to be publicly heard and considered.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Any question? Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Just picking up on that last point you made there regarding public involvement. Many people in the public have been involved with this for a long time, and one of my local board areas, the submissions on chemical spray was the highest number of any submissions to do with anything. What's your view across the rest of the Auckland region in terms of public interest and involvement in such a review?
I think, following on from what Stefan said, there isn't a single person I know that wants this review. But if council is going to push ahead with it, then it's vital that the public are involved because, as you say, there is the petitions, the submissions, going way back. There were 91 submissions for the weed management. I mean, it's an extraordinary number. And as you say, even for the long-term plan, because this has been sort of dumped on us, yes, the public, and it's not just in 1 or 2 local boards, it's across the range of Auckland Council. They all want chemicals off the streets.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure. I've got a question that goes to cost. And essentially the reason for that is that the reason that council is actually using more glyphosate than it has done in the past is because of a decision around cost. And obviously it's the public that picks up that cost. But in your opinion, if the cost of going spray-free was across the park space, say, half a cup of coffee a year, and the cost of going spray-free across the road space was maybe 1 cup of coffee a year, so that's less than 2 cups of coffee
Councillor Walker.
a year.
Councillor Walker.
Sounds like
Councillor Walker.
Caffeine.
Please ask the question, but you're going into a
transport targeted levy took away 2 cups of
background
coffee a
material.
week.
Ask the question.
I could have asked the question by now.
We only have one.
So, do you think that members of the public would be happy to pay a little more if it was even that?
Added to everything else.
As long as it's free
2%
trade.
rate rise.
As a ratepayer, obviously, I don't want to have to pay anything. We should not be having to pay extra. And as I presented to committee last month, or was it the months before, time goes, my understanding of the costing is that if we returned all roadside chemical spraying, all the treatments to parks, we would make a huge saving, and I suspect that it would be even less than a cup of coffee.
It might not cost anything.
Exactly, because my understanding, and I've done some research on this, and we've never had confirmation from council that this is about cost, but my thing has shown that non-chemical can be done for the same prices.
Okay, so my related question is...
No, come on, you've had your question. You've had it.
Well,
Councillor
people might be
Casey.
interested in the answer,
Well,
Mr.
sorry,
Chair.
but we're not here for an inquisition. It's just small questions. Councillor Casey.
Anna, you've used every avenue to bring this issue before this council. And it's not just this year, it's not just last year, it's over many years. And it must seem to you that we are sitting on our hands on it. It's the same question asked Stefan. Of these recommendations that you have in this paper, which one is the most important? Is it the precautionary principle and the moratorium on the use of glyphosate?
Yes, the moratorium on glyphosate is essential, whether you guys go ahead with the review or not, because waiting another year for any decisions to be made, and then we know that there's going to be ongoing work from then onwards, it's going to take years to sort this out. So yes, a moratorium, but if the review goes ahead, it is vital that the public are involved, because of the people out there who have so much information which is not currently being considered and being brought before council. Things like costing.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to move that. No, that's 3 questions, sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to move that we received the presentation on the
Happy to
approval
second.
of the scope of the weed management policy review by
Oh.
Blackmore, seconded by Councillor Walker.
And can I ask that this be tabled?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that we received, we've received the presentation.
Yes.
So I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much, Mr Blackmore. Thank you. Our next presentation is from Fiona McKee, the community of Michael Park School. Good morning. Morning. You have 5 minutes, please, for your main presentation. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, if you just
Look
move that,
forward.
maybe if you just move the microphone around towards you, that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm here today as a parent, a representative from the community of Michael Park School in Ellerslie, an Auckland resident, and a member of the wider global community. 30 years ago, the forebears of Michael Park's community school stood up for something that they believed in. In those days, people knew enough to know that harmful chemicals were having an effect on their children. Today, we know a lot more about what chemicals can do to us with the development of science. Thank God. These people were pivotal in the 80s and 90s in calling a cease to chemical sprays. It was the deteriorating health of their children that motivated them. It was their perseverance and the commitment of the then council to work together that eventually brought about the weed management policy of 1999, and no chemicals being used on the streets and in the parks and playgrounds. As parents, don't we all want what's best for our children, as well as the right to decide what is good and not good for them? To have them grow in a safe environment. We cherish a chemical-free environment, a chemical-free world for our children. When the children began to inquire about this matter, they had a lot to say about it, in part due to the fact that in the last few weeks in their social study lessons, they've been taught about how to speak up for something that you believe in, how to stand up for your rights. But primarily because children are naturally curious about things and they are thinkers. These children have thought enough about this to write their own verse, coming from their social studies class, but inspired by what's going on around them. And I would like to invite them up to say and share with you what they've written. Please be open to receiving it. Children, come.
My presentation.
2, 4, 6, 8. Please stop spraying us with glyphosate. It pollutes our waters, it ruins our air. We don't want it, do you care? 2, 4, 6, 8. Please stop spraying us with glyphosate. This is our planet, this is our place. We've only got one, let's not put it to waste. 2, 4, 6, 8. Please stop spraying us with glyphosate.
We all need to feel safe to breathe our air. Animals, people, it's just unfair.
2, 4, 6, 8. Please stop spraying us with glyphosate. You will be breathing it too. It will be everywhere, in the water and the ground. It will eventually surround us. 2, 4, 6, 8. Please stop spraying us with glyphosate.
Well done.
I'd just like to finish. They don't want to be sprayed. They're asking you, do you? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions, Councillor Watson?
Thank you, and I realise the position of Michael Park as one of the leaders. That leadership goes to other parts of the community, not least of which is the North Shore that fought this battle over 20 years ago and won. What's your view then of a council that's turning back the clock 20 years to actually increase from what was the situation 20 years ago?
I must say I'm disappointed because I come from Ireland, and when I moved to New Zealand, it was very resemblant of Ireland, and I was so I loved how they had the clean green name around the world, and just that I really felt that they were at the forefront with that, and they're admired worldwide. You're admired worldwide for that.
Why do this? It's shooting yourselves in the foot. It's stepping back in time. It's not keeping up with today's events, and it's not really listening to science.
Thank you. Other questions?
Just,
Councillor Darby.
thank you. Fiona, you've heard Hannah Blackmore before you and Stefan Browning, the Green MP, talk about restrictions to the point of moratorium. Is it about also the proximity of the application to human beings, and particularly children? Because I'm also aware of some of the great work that Forest and Bird have done in my area on the North Shore. Tough Crate is a classic example, just impermeable just through weed infestation that cannot be hand weeded out. And they have used glyphosate and they have used other chemicals. I'm also a member of the Maunga Authority where we don't want to disturb the ground. The ground is very precious and very fragile.
Question?
Cultural significance, etc. So is it about an absolute moratorium now, or is it about progressing to moratorium, and is there emphasis on the proximity to human beings? I just want to get a sense of that from you.
Well, let me put it this way. I don't think I'm qualified to answer your question. I'm not an expert in any of those areas, but I won't have my children around it or our pets. And I would stop it now if it was me. Just from a moral and scientific point of view, from what I've read, I've seen enough to know that it's not something you want to be around.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not really qualified to answer
that's
in
clear
any
from
more
your perspective.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm happy to move, but can we add, can we include the children in that?
Yes, that's fine. Yep. Okay.
Happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor Walker. Well, we thank you for coming in with the children this morning, and we'll be talking. The item will come up after we've heard the local board presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I table what the children said and what
I'll get the secretary to come around and pick it up.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone.
Louis, can you pick up the document, please? I'll put the motion. Don't put the motion. I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you.
We'll add.
Councillor Brewer.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification, the children will be named, won't they? We're able to include that? I think it's important given their
Can we get their names?
first foray into public duty today.
Okay, thank you.
Look back at the minutes.
They can Google themselves.
Right, the next presentation is from Julian Bartram.
Hello, good morning everybody. I, as a child, like these fine young children who have come here this morning, was very badly affected by glyphosate, and from the ages of 0 to 7 my symptoms were worse than ever. And my mother fought for this 20 years ago, and she won that battle, amongst many other people who were very concerned about it at the time, and they stopped using glyphosate. But now, we're seeing the biggest rollout of chemicals that Auckland has ever seen. So, at the moment, I'm operating a small jewellery business, and coming in here to talk about this is actually the last thing that I want to do. I'd much prefer to be spending my time contributing to the economy, building the business. But I'm here because I've put Aucklanders' health as my priority, because without good health, what can we achieve? And I'd like for you all to consider that as you make your decisions throughout the day. For the last 4 weeks, I've been on the street gathering petitions for a stop of the use of these chemicals on the streets. And I've been in the most common of places around my own neighbourhood in Ellerslie, outside New World and Food Towns, with a little sign saying, "Stop the council spraying our streets with toxic chemicals." So I've been able to get a very broad perspective of how Aucklanders think about this issue, and they are ropeable about this. Last weekend, a bunch of people in the community, including myself, gathered 870 signatures. In the last 4 weeks, these are all the signatures that I've gathered. And I could spend as much time as I like gathering signatures, because everybody wants to sign it. People are very happy to sign it. But I don't think that's a good use of my time, actually. And Georgina Blackmore has already presented 3,700 signatures. In the course of my lifetime, 24,500 signatures have been gathered on this exact same topic. And in Europe, 1.5 million signatures collected to stop the use of glyphosate. In New Zealand, there are 10 petitions running throughout the country asking for a ban on glyphosate, and in the UK there are 120. Today I'd like to invite each one of you to join me on a Sunday and gather signatures and see what the people of Auckland really feel about this. These are people just doing their shopping, going about their business, and you'll be surprised at the amount of concerns that we hear from the people who come up. It's staggering. The health concerns that they've gone through, and that they attribute to the use of to chemicals and to the glyphosate that they're being sprayed with. The amount of people who are on the no spray register, who say that their properties are continually sprayed with Roundup. One man said his honey supplier is unable to certify his product as organic because the amount of glyphosate that's sprayed throughout the Waitakeres. This is Manuka honey. The Manuka trees are not sprayed with Roundup. It's just from the environment that they're growing in spray drift. And the amount of mothers who find themselves on the street pushing their pram down the road and find themselves encountering a spray truck and having to make a run for it. One lady said that she walked around the corner and walked straight into a spray drift. This is actually an emergency. This is not the time to review the weed management policy. This is the time to stop spraying glyphosate. And then you can decide to review the weed management policy afterwards. And if you decide to review the weed management policy, then it needs to be done with full public involvement every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Julian, and thank you for coming along and taking time out to share your concerns on behalf of the community. My question is this. Clearly the experts are arguing about the physical impacts or otherwise on glyphosate, but would you agree that apart from the physical impacts...
Are you referring to our health? The physical impacts on our health?
On health,
yes,
yes, and well-being. There is also a sense of anxiety in the community about chemical spraying, glyphosate in particular, and that anxiety is increasing.
Absolutely. I don't think it's isolated solely to anxiety. I think there are many tangible effects that that many doctors and scientists are actually detecting, and that's what's caused our anxiety. Yes, you're absolutely right.
I'm not in any way challenging that the anxiety is not based on fact, but there is an anxiety as well over and above any physical effect.
Well, actually,
Councillor Lee,
a lot of...
Can you ask? You've had your one question.
Yes.
I'll let you have asked one more, but it's not a...
I just want some clarity.
It's
Sorry.
not a dialogue.
Okay.
You put the question.
I didn't realise you only let ask one. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
So a lot of people who come to the stand to inquire what's the concern are actually still under the misconception with the belief that we are still using steam and hot water or organic fatty acids, and they're very, very surprised to hear that it's being covertly laced with glyphosate to the quantities that are equal to Roundup. And when they hear about what's happened, they're very, very concerned. Yes, anxiety is increasing enormously, and the more the public becomes aware of what's going on, it's just going to get worse and worse. But you know, I really don't want to have to stand out on the road, you know, for as long as it takes until everybody's aware of it. I think enough people are already aware of it for us to stop, and it's actually an emergency.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just got a question based on the experience that you've got, obviously, talking to people and getting their feedback. Would you say that if they're involved in some form of review, that they would expect that review to cover their consultation, their engagement, not just in what we say, which is the policy, but what we do, which is operational, because it is what we do on the ground in terms of how much we're applying.
Yes.
That matters.
That's right. So that's right. The public need to be involved in what's implemented, not in the review. Or is that what you? I mean, it needs to be. It needs to be. I mean, there's no point in doing a review if it's not going to be implemented. We haven't even implemented the one that we've got.
Yeah, why are we spending all this money?
No other questions? I'll now move that we receive the presentation on the approval of the scope of the weed management policy review by Mr. Julian Bartram.
Could I also ask that my notes are tabled?
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Lee. And we will, together with well, that's part of the presentation, and the Secretary will come and pick them up right now. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Now we have Bill Henderson of the Waitakere Rangers Local Board, who's here to talk on this subject. Neil? Yep. And I've asked that the Mangere Board Chair, Lydia Sassini, will put your presentation on when we get to the item on the Maori language policy. Thank you. Just open up and let you know. Oh, we have two presentations. Hello.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wood, for allowing us to come and present today. Saffron Toms is here representing the local board because she has the environment portfolio, but I wanted to support her, so I'll be leaving most of the talking to her. In a nutshell, I'd just like to say I don't see any reason why we should be doing a review of the policy. I feel the issues are around implementation.
Thank you. And we received the letter from Saffron and the chair, Sandra Coney. I think all councillors got that letter, did you? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Saffron. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Councillor Wood, for having us to speak. Thank you, councillors, for giving us a chance to speak to this motion. So as you all know, the Waitakere Rangers Local Board is very passionate about weed control, and we spend a significant amount of our own local driven initiative money on the control of weeds in our area. But we're also really concerned for the health of our community. Some examples of the things that we've spent money on are a pilot program to try to get rid of climbing asparagus in our area, because that's one of many ecological weeds which are toxic to our native flora and fauna. We believe that the current weed management policy is a very good policy and it should not be reviewed. The implementation is the problem, and that's our position. We think that the implementation of the review should be, of the policy itself, should be the only thing under review, and the energy should be put towards making sure that that policy is implemented properly. Whether or not that in itself needs much of a review, I don't think it's under dispute. I think that the policy itself has not been implemented according to it. And I think the other thing about the policy is our chair, Sandra Coney, chaired the committee which oversaw the drafting of that policy, and it was a very long process, and it involved a lot of community consultation with experts, and many of the people from the community that you see in this room had a really good feed into that policy. So the council's, the decision to review the policy, which you're about to decide on today, we believe is an error in terms of what the community is seeking. Just yesterday, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Glen Eden Transition Towns group to manage a part of their cycleway in a spray-free way. We believe that this is entirely in the same spirit as the weed management policy, and also the council's new position for empowered communities. we hope that many other communities will be able to feed in and take responsibility and take some control over their own natural areas like this. So the weed management policy has, I believe, 3 objectives which work to what are the same objectives of the people from the community that we see behind us. There's an objective to investigate alternative methods to spray. There's an objective to always pay heed to the health impacts and reduce chemical sprays. And there's another one, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but they're there. So our position really is very strongly to review the implementation of the policy and not the policy itself. We've also spent considerable effort. We collaborated with the Forest and Bird Waitakere to produce a weed poster which illustrated which were the ecological weeds in our area and how to control them. We deliberately put the mechanical methods of control at the top of the list, which we believe also complies with the management policy. And that poster was received very well by our communities, but also by local boards across the council and staff that work in the weed control area. So there's a whole raft of things that we can do to help reduce weeds, as particularly ecological weeds. There's also different ways of managing parks. We can have wildflower meadows, we can have less control, mechanical control, and obviously empowering communities to control their places in the way that they would like. And that's a really powerful thing too, because then people can begin to understand the effects of ecological weeds and the importance of controlling them on their own property. So not just on council property, the effects of that go into their own property, which then in turn can help us control our own weeds, our weeds on the public property. So we're concerned that the response to community pressure and concern for the use of glyphosate that this response would be an error, given that the concern is for the use of glyphosate. We ask that the council uphold the policy and push for better implementation of it, rather than reviewing the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Cooper?
And I'm happy to move the recommendation.
No,
I'm sorry, I'm just, because it's on the table, to receive the report.
I'm going to receive the report. That'll be it.
No, I mean not the report, receive the presentation from the local board.
I'm sorry, okay.
I'm not trying to usurp your role, Mr Chairman. So,
you ask your question.
Yeah, that's what I like to do, thanks. So in terms of the pest weed control in the ranges, we've got the regional part, but in the other areas under the local board control, are you promoting the idea of communities adopting a spot and things like that, rather than having AT just go blithely through the area, doing it the way they're doing it currently?
I'll just quickly, we're not actively, we haven't advertised and things like that, but we would certainly be supporting any community that wants to adopt a spot. The other thing I neglected to mention was also, since throughout this term we have advocated to Auckland Transport and Parks but Auckland Transport to better respect the no spray register and adhere to the rules and the register itself. I think Neil wants to say something.
With regards to the transport corridor, there are limitations around community access because in some areas the health and safety issues are just too intense. But there are a number of ways that Auckland Transport could be working in the road corridor, and Waitakere in its day was actually quite forward around that. And that's just realising that there's native plants growing there, there's weeds. It's not just a drive in there and blast everything kind of approach. There's an integrated approach which could work easily, and it has worked in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holst, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Cooper's asked half of it, and I'm going to try not to make this a patsy question. What I really wanted to ask was, do you think that the way that Waitakere Council, the Eco City, was managing its weeds was a good way? And should we continue that way? So I won't ask that question.
I don't think it's
instead I'll ask, I do just need to clarify and be really clear that I'm hearing this. This is, Saffron, you've made the point really clearly. The review isn't really needed if the review is simply to be based around concerns around glyphosate. Are you saying that we should minimise and reduce harm, but continue with the policy and implement it well?
Thank you, Councillor Holz. Yes, in a nutshell, the policy itself has an objective to do that. So that's what we're saying. We're saying that the policy itself is a very robust policy. It's taken a long time to create, to make, in consultation, very, very good consultation with community and experts. It provides a very good, thorough policy which both looks at and acknowledges the threat of ecological weeds, as well as the threat of carcinogenic or toxic sprays to human health. So, and I would say that Waitakere Council was better managing the weeds in our particular area, at least, because there was a lot more local knowledge, but that's a bit of a procurement issue as well. But, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
It's a similar question, but maybe more forthright, Saffron. Successive speakers today have asked us to have a look at a precautionary approach and an immediate moratorium on glyphosate, and this is foreshadowing that debate will probably take place today, as there will be a motion put. Can you tell me what your board's response to that would be if there was an immediate moratorium on glyphosate?
I'll just respond to this one. I understand that in urban areas, around schools and parks, I don't see any reason why we need to use glyphosate. We're largely not even dealing with weeds. You know, this is for edging road corridors, edging parks with grass. I mean, it's grass. Glyphosate's good at killing things, and it's being used indiscriminately in that respect. I understand that there's a more difficult role around glyphosate and use in some of the areas that we work in the Waitakere Ranges. The project that Saffron mentioned around climbing asparagus, glyphosate was used with that, and it's very effective. But I see that as a sort of a transition process as well. I actually seriously think we need to look long and hard at some of the weeds that we're dealing with to see whether they are the priorities that we are placing them in. I think climbing asparagus is very important. It will always be an issue. As far as a moratorium is concerned, I would be happy to see one tomorrow in the urban areas. And I think the rest of the board would agree with me on that.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I'll thank Saffron and Neil for coming in this morning and your presentation, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I'll put that motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against? We'll hear that carried. Now I'm going to move a procedural motion that we move item 13, approval of the scope of the weed management policy review, to be up to this position here.
Happy to
where we are, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. So before we get to that, we'll just do there's no extraordinary business and there's no notice of motion. So we now come to item 13, which is this item, approval of the scope of the weed management policy. Have you got the? I'm going to move, and Councillor Anai is going to second, that we receive the report entitled Approval of the Scope of the Weed Management Policy Review. And 2 is that we recommend the Weed Management Political Advisory Group be reappointed and continue to monitor and review implementation of Council's weed management policy and practice.
Yep.
So that's on the floor, and I'm going to speak to that briefly. And this came as a surprise that the Mayor, he's not here, but that he came out with this idea of reviewing the policy. And, you know, I think, and if councillors will recall, the previous council in August 2013 finalise the weed management policy, and that kind of there was a bit of inertia in implementing, and I think Councillor Darby came to the council and asked some pretty searching questions in relation to what was happening, and had the bodies that had been, talked about, especially the best practice reference group and the weed management political advisory group. We were wanting those, or asking why they hadn't been set up and where we were with our implementation. So I think that really got us into action, and the two groups were put in place, and the political advisory group consisted of members of the governing body. There was representatives of the governing body, representatives of local boards, and also representative of Independent Marriage Statutory Board. And I think that group, that group has done some very good work in a pretty short time frame. And we've had the operational side of council at the table, or coming and reporting at those meetings, and I think we've got some good responses from Auckland Transport, Parks and Reserves of this council, and also Water Care as to what practices they are following. And I think we've also had the best practice reference group appointed, and they've come and made one appearance, I think, at the political advisory group. And I think that the work that they gave or presented was very helpful. So I think we've made a considerable amount of progress, and I don't at this stage believe that taking this matter or further and getting into another review, which is what was kind of inferred with this, and now the subject of this report, is going to get us very far very quickly, because I think the work of the Weed Management Political Advisory Group has been helpful. I think that work should continue in the next council, and there will be a number of councillors and local board members who are familiar with the practices and the work of the group back, I'm certain, in the new term of council. So I ask councillors to support that. It's interesting that there was a mood, I think, from the presenters this morning, and the Waitakere Rangers board kind of had that view that we should get on and do the work and not go into another review period, because I think that could put us back operationally developing best practice. So I ask councillors to support this way forward, and ask if there's any other speakers. Councillor Walker.
Questions?
Councillor Kate. Well, okay. Question, you got a question?
Yeah, it's a question of Mr. Kimpton. Mr. Kimpton, we've been visiting sites across Auckland as part of the Audit and Risk Committee to look at health and safety issues. And throughout the presentations today, I've been concerned about the health and safety of the public with regard to our use of what the World Health Organization has termed carcinogenic material. And we're about to discuss a moratorium amendment, but I'm asking you about whether you've done any research or analysis of the risk to the public of us, as the council, applying pesticide to the street.
Look, thank you for the question, Councillor Casey. Auckland Council itself does not analyse the risk of a particular chemical. It relies on the EPA to provide that advice. It also relies on the EPA to provide us guidance on what best practice use is on the use of a chemical, in this situation glyphosate, and we adapt our own practice to make sure that it at least meets best practice, if not our expectations as a wider organisation. So when the question that you're asking really goes to this debate that we're having right now is, do we use glyphosate or not? Well, council's not in a position to judge that matter. It relies on others, and then we also rely on those organisations to provide us best practice. And that's probably the best I can do in terms of an answer. But we would take the same approach for other matters of safety and public health and safety in the design of public open spaces. So the policy and practice that we use, whether it's a chemical or whether it's a playground or whether it's a road or a footpath, same practice occurs across all of those because they all have an impact on public health and safety.
Can I just ask one more question for follow-up? In light of the World Health Organisation's pronouncement on glyphosate, that was last year, who's our expert in council that, under the new health and safety legislation, we have a different set of responsibilities now than we used to have. Who's our expert in council that can appraise us of the EPA's decision-making? Because what bothers me is that we're hearing it's banned all over the world, and yet we're still using it because we're relying on this other body. Who's our expert that looks at that on our behalf?
So two comments. One is certainly the information I'm getting varies depending on the source as to whether it's banned or not banned. Our source is the EPA. Yeah. And we don't employ people to second-guess the EPA or get in between the EPA and World Health organisations. And that's been a strategic decision, and that is a correct decision for us as an organisation. We're able to rely on expert other sources. So quite honestly and quite frankly, that is the approach that we use. And we would not employ experts to sit in between. But we do have expertise in the organisation on how to guide best practice and the management of any chemical.
Thank you. Well, just going, you want to speak to the motion?
I have a question of Mr. Kimpton.
Okay.
So my question, Mr. Kimpton, is that in the past, previous councils, and I'm talking about North Shore City and Auckland City, relied on evidence from the community and doctors around the health effects of sprays on people in public spaces, parks, playground and elsewhere. And there was considerable evidence and evidence from doctors that was provided to those councils. And it was on that basis that those councils took glyphosate off playgrounds and off streets. Now, has this council sought evidence from doctors and members of the public around health effects of members of the public coming into contact with sprays through inhalation, through absorbing it through their skin if kiddies are playing in a playground and elsewhere? And this is a question that goes to health and safety. Can I ask it?
Ask the question.
So who in our council advises us specifically on the health effects that our people experience in playgrounds, in parks, coming into contact with glyphosate and other chemicals? Not the EPA. Who in our council? Because EPA exists at a high level.
Oh, stop.
So I've asked a question.
With me, you're trifling with me.
No, I'm not, sir.
Please, you are. You've done it repeatedly, and I'm not going to accept that. It may be the last meeting, but please don't just carry on when I say ask the question.
But I have an answer, sir.
Well,
We gave the answer. We need Kathy ask the question.
I don't, Councillor Walker, I don't have a lot to add. We don't employ those sorts of people at council. That is a decision that's been made. We rely on expert other sources.
Best practice.
We've got a best practice technical reference group. We've got a weed management political advisory group, both of which you're aware of and one of which you're part of.
Yes.
So we are looking to listen into the community. We're looking to listen in to the expertise that represents a global view. We're relying on the medical officer of health. We're relying on the EPA and others. You've had them to this committee and to working groups. So I can't answer it any other way than that. I am aware the community has a view on it. We always look to take that into account, and that's why that opportunity is available at the local board level to make decisions around their view on spraying in local parks. And where they choose that they don't want that, then we allow that to occur. So we're trying to adapt constantly on how we handle these issues, and we recognise there's a balance between the science and the community will. And so that's my answer.
Thank you. Councillor Watson. Councillor Watson?
Sorry, I've got an amendment up there.
A question. You got a question?
No,
you
not
haven't?
a-
Okay.
no, I've got an amendment.
I think there's a couple of other questions then.
I haven't got a question.
Are
I've
you-
just
No,
to
any
speak
other
to.
questions?
Yep.
Christine?
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher.
My question is to Dean Kimpton, and I'm trying to follow this because as Chair of Parks, I've been following it closely. As a board member of Auckland Transport, I've been following this closely. And I've got to the point that I'm probably as confused as the public as to where we are going on this. So, Mr. Kimpton, what I really want to know, and I'll give you my position, which is I'm putting my conflict on the table in terms of legacy Auckland City. I'm someone who uses glyphosate in appropriate conditions in terms of biodiversity, use it out on Motutapu, places like that. But in residential areas, I don't believe it's appropriate. And that was the policy of the legacy Auckland City. Now, I'm of the view that we need to have, council is one family, we need to have one policy on this. And I understood that that was where the mayor was wanting to go with his desire for a review. So the question to you is, what consultation did you have with the mayor before he came out with that desire for a review? And what work would you be enabling as the senior lead officer on this in terms of trying to get a one council family policy? Because you're hearing consultation fatigue. We've seen these people, they keep coming to all the various arms of council. Somehow we've got to try and do this better and move away from the confusion. So I really need some guidance from you to know what to support today. Were you supportive of the mayor? Was it on policy advice from yourself that he came up with the need for a review? How did we get to the point that we're at now?
A little bit unfair for a start.
So my support, or otherwise the mayor's immaterial. The mayor responded to the challenge, the public challenge in the moment on the day. And so that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, that was a call that was made, political guidance given and received. But probably more important is for me just to step through what we have in place and what we've been doing, and that might give you some assurance about the approach underlying this, the original report. There was a policy adopted, you're all part of that, it was a public process. Since then we've been looking at operational guidelines and practice. There's been a number of challenges on that. Our objective is to make sure they're in line with the policy and also adapt where we can to what the local communities wish. And as part of that policy review, there were a number of aspects that were additional recommendations sought to be put in place. One was a political advisory group, which is now in place and operating, and my recommendation is that that continues. So that group, its membership may change, but that group be reappointed so it can continue its work of review and monitoring. And a best practice technical reference group also be put in place to make sure that whatever we did, and remember we've got 200 weed species in Auckland and they all respond to different sorts of treatment and management, and glyphosate is just one tool, but so is mechanical weed pulling, etc., etc. The best practice technical reference group consists of a broad cross-section of expertise to make sure that we are delivering best practice in the way that we manage weeds in the Auckland environment. And that is its purpose. So between those two, I think we actually have a strong platform for dealing with these issues.
Yep.
There'll always be some public debate.
So best practice I accept,
Yep.
but is the purpose, is where the officers are trying to assist us here to developing a common policy across the council family? Because I think that's where we've got a lot of problems, and I think we need to have one policy.
you have a common policy right now. You have a weed management policy in place that was adopted in 2013, but this is a contentious issue. And
Thank you. Is there any other questions? You have questions, Councillor Filipino?
I have, Chair, and one is to you in regards to the recommendation. Are you saying with the recommendation that the review was not required and the option that you're suggesting, and I reserve my right to speak, but the option that you're recommending is to reappoint and continue to monitor and review the, reappoint the advisory group? That's the first question. Cool, thank you. Second question, and this is from the Stats New Zealand. There's 67 TLAs currently in New Zealand. How many have stopped the use of glyphosate within their weed management operations?
I don't know the answer personally. Paula, do you know the answer?
Excuse me.
Okay, so look, the feedback is that we're not aware of any that have permanently stopped or stopped. Or
Order.
so there'll be a number of national bodies and TLAs. We're not aware of any that have stopped at this stage. That could be wrong. We haven't asked. Thank you. So Christchurch.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's your answer.
So there's not that many, but they have.
Apparently Christchurch.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So, if no other questions, I'll now go to
I had a
Council.
question about Auckland Transport. It just came up in the debate. Are Auckland Transport obliged to follow our policy?
The policy that we have is a council family policy.
Yes.
Right. So if we today, and we're about to talk about moratorium, it would be required of Auckland Transport to obey that moratorium.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, you wish to speak to this?
Well, I have my amendment.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to rule the amendment out of order because it is a matter of significance. The implementation and the implications of a moratorium would have considerable financial issues for this council, because we're talking about millions of dollars in relation to the budgets which are already set at the present time. And this council has a resolution of the governing body which goes back to February this year, stating that in the election period there will not be any decisions made where they are matters of significance.
That's right.
So I have to make a decision, and that is the decision that I'm making on that amendment.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll speak to the motion. That's very disappointing to hear, Mr. Chair, because
Well, that's the rules of the that we follow, and we follow resolutions of the governing body.
okay, I've got that. We have a rather, excuse me, extraordinary state of affairs here, where the recommendations as set out in the agenda have been pulled at the last minute, and we have this this replacement that calls for a reappointment of this advisory group and a review of the implementation of Auckland Council's weed management policy. Now, I suppose that would be all very fine if we weren't approaching 2017, and this policy was passed in 2013. So one would have to say at the very least that a review of implementation is a little late in the piece after nearly 4 years of this policy being in place, and especially when you look at the objectives, because if you look at the objectives, they are very clear, and I know our report mentioned ambiguity. There is no ambiguity here, and I think this has been something that's been identified by a number of the speakers here today. We have, and I'm not going to go through all of the objectives, but I'll go through the key ones: ensure best practice in weed management and vegetation control, minimise agrochemical use, minimise non-target effects of agrochemical use, ensure public health and safety, protect and enhance the environment, and so forth and so on. There's 8 of them, and overwhelmingly, except the last one that makes a reference to value for money, they are targeted at reducing agrochemical use. Now, what you're proposing here, Mr. Chair, is to go into yet another round, another, the cynic might say, another waiting period or deferral period or playing for time. It's almost like something out of a Yes Minister script where Humphrey comes in and calls for another review or another delay, which takes the heat out of things. This item to do with chemical control has been before us for quite some time. And in that intervening time, what the council has done, it has not only not implemented its policy, it has gone the other way. So instead of minimising agrochemical use, we have maximised it. We have decided that all our parks, largely all our parks, are going to now have, are now, currently as I speak, have glyphosate sprayed in them. That didn't exist before. It now exists now. So we have the curious contradiction where we have a policy that seeks to minimise, while on the ground, and this is what we're talking about here in terms of implementation, we're increasing the use. And we're increasing the use to a magnitude that has not been experienced before in any legacy council and not within the Auckland Council as a whole, in the history of the Auckland Council. So I don't know what confidence people in the public are meant to have with yet another delaying tactic of reappointing yet another committee and reviewing the implementation. You haven't implemented it, so we would have to say that fundamentally there's a question of good faith here, and that faith is totally lacking. So I would say people don't have any confidence in the ability of this council to do what that implies that it might do at some future point. So given all those things, I think we're in a bit of a quandary here, Mr. Chair, because we have a clear public message, not just from the people that spoke here today, but through the annual plan process, through local boards, through councillor representation, that want this implemented immediately. It's not happening. What's happening on the ground is that this has been thwarted behind the scenes. We're not looking at items to do with cost, to do with effectiveness. Instead, we're playing for time, and all this resolution does once again is to delay it out. So I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that a moratorium in public places and in urban environments should be immediate if we were going to implement our objectives as stated in the weed management policy. Clearly, this resolution as presented does nothing of the sort. So this isn't going away. In fact, it's increasing. We don't just have the people that have turned up today. We have a widespread concern in the community.
Thank you.
In our latest subdivision on the Hibiscus Coast, I'm now confronted with a large group of young mothers in this very affluent, upmarket suburb who are now agitating to eliminate the use of glyphosate in their children's playgrounds. One of the mothers is the daughter of a senior cabinet minister. This is going mainstream, and I think the only reason it hasn't gone more mainstream is because people don't actually know what's happening. They don't actually know that the council has reverted its program and is spraying glyphosate in their parks and their children's playgrounds. They don't realise that. When they do, I think there'll be hell to pay. But I would just sign off, Mr. Chair, given the ruling that you've made about the moratorium, that this is a limp, yes minister type delaying tactic that fools no one.
Thank you. Councillor.
Sure. I'll just follow on from Councillor Watson. There's a clear difference between what we say, which is the policy, and what we do, which is dramatically increasing the use of glyphosate against a background where there are known health effects and those health effects have been documented by previous councils. I sit on the political advisory group. I've sat on that group since day one. That political advisory group still has not had tabled the operational review. That is how much we are dragging our feet. That is how much we are dragging our feet. So frankly, I don't have a lot of confidence in this political advisory group, and for that matter, the whole process. And I don't think the public has either, and the public has been closed out of this issue when they have a right to know what is going on, and they have a right to have a say. And they are saying very loudly when they know that they do not want the increased use of glyphosate. They do not want glyphosate in their parks, their playgrounds, and their urban streets. We are also dragging our feet on the spray register, which is not user-friendly. It's a cumbersome process. So we are reducing people's choice across the road space and across the park space. The people of Auckland expect us to take action on this issue, not to put it off, as you're suggesting, sir, and has occurred on the political advisory group that you chair. So we need to take action. We should have a moratorium now, and I am quite certain, based on the figures that I've seen from the earlier North Shore City days, that we could revert to a spray-free policy without costing any more than what it is costing now. And we need to look at the vested interests and the contracts and the companies that are behind this, because I know from what I have seen and the evidence that I have collected that there are players across industry that have a significant interest in the continued use of sprays like glyphosate against the interests of the community, and that also needs to be exposed.
Thank you. Councillor Webster. Councillor Webster.
Thank you. Gosh, it's the 1st of September, and we've only got a few weeks to go, so it sounds like it. Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very good recommendation, and I'm going to support it. We have done the weed policy. We do have a weed policy, and the whole idea of setting up an political advisory group was to continue to monitor and review. What people actually, and I've heard it from the local board that they would like us to continue. We don't need to go out and do another review of the policy. What people are forgetting is that Auckland is actually 70% rural. Between Franklin and Rodney, it is rural. And we do have a lot of very bad weed problems. And we need to fit what we're using in with what we're trying to do. And that's what the policy is doing. I hear what Councillor Walker is saying and Councillor Watson, but actually we went through quite a bit of time to put this policy together, and we've just got to make it work. And all the issues that Councillor Watson said about reducing the use of glyphosate and reducing chemical is what that political working group is supposed to be looking at and making sure it happens. So, you know, why go and do the whole thing again? And I think it's very important that we continue that and continue to review and fit what what's necessary in various parts of Auckland. You can't just talk about it as if Auckland is urban. We go from Pukekohe to Tihana, coast to coast, and there's very, very different programs. And it's interesting, Mr. Chair, that one of the things I hear most from my communities is the weed problem they've got. And why isn't the council doing anything about it?
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I haven't signed up to 2% rate.
Okay. So, I mean, I think the issue here is that we can't really talk about yes minister here. We're talking about a lack of leadership in terms of Mayor not wanting to make a decision, so he's fobbed it off to have a review. Well, I completely don't support that, because we do have a really good policy. We're just not implementing it. And so I think this is a very good pullback from this. It's just spending more money on another policy, which is already a good one. It's just our implementation, and obviously, you know, we need a much stronger and more focused political steering group if we're not getting the,
Yeah.
if we're not, well, you're one of the members, you're on it.
I'm not the chair.
And so, and so so the thing is, really need to focus next term. We need to get to the bottom of it. We've got clear message from people in the audience, but I also believe we have to be fit for purpose as well. And as Councillor Webster said, and I think Neil Henderson alluded to it from the Waitakere Ranges Local Board, there's not the same solution for every area, and there's some areas, you know, we've got huge issues with weeds in our forests, so we've got to look at the right, and we don't want people tramping through spreading carry dieback either. We've got to have, we've got to really fit for purpose for each area. But I mean, if it's coming to the point where people are really not accepting in parks and where we've got an intensity of people and children, we've got to look at that, and we've got to bring some real focus to that and start putting our money where our words are in that policy. And so I'm very happy with this. Let's not waste money on doing another lot of paperwork. Let's just do the job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Casey.
Yeah, I've got another amendment, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to put it up. I have a seconder.
So you're moving an amendment?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to it. It's been seconded by
Councillor Stewart.
I think there's no councillor in this room who is completely happy about the use of glyphosate, whether you're rural or urban. And what worries me is, year upon year, the same mantra has come before us. People are concerned, they have health concerns. I really am worried about our reliance on the EPA, because I know we haven't had time to read Stefan's tabled report, but in his report he says that the EPA hasn't really examined any studies around glyphosate since 2009. That can only mean it hasn't looked at the World Health Organization's pronouncement last year about its carcinogenic effects. That really concerns me. Is the EPA out of date? He's saying it is. So it's for that, and I was listening intently to Julian, who's collecting signatures, which he shouldn't have to be doing. 24,500 signatures nationwide, and we had about, what, 3,500 signatures presented to us. My question is, what are we doing about that? We haven't done anything about that. And I think somebody says, this isn't doing it, it's not doing it for me. So the amendment is simply to say, we are acknowledging that concern. And if, George, if you're saying we can't do anything because we're in the throes of the final weeks of this term, one of the things we can do is express our concerns to the new council, so that the new council, one of the first things it does is to look at glyphosate, to see if we're getting the best advice from the EPA, to see if we do need to relook at a moratorium around playgrounds and streets. So that's all it's saying. So I really hope that we can just get on with this, pass it on to the new council if that's what's required. But most definitely we have to do something in light of community concerns.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Darby, to the amendment?
To the amendment, or just once?
No, well, you can speak. We'll take it if you want to take it as your
just once.
turn. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, look, thanks, Chair. Look, it's good to be challenged on this. We have to be challenged. We have dragged the chain. It's 3 years almost to the day since we adopted the policy around this table, and I actually think it's a good policy. There's clear objectives and there's a clear action plan. We have definitely lagged on the action plan. There's no question. And thank you, Chair, and you were very willing to support me and others around this table in bringing this up the agenda of the Regional Strategy and Policy work program. Not just today, I'm just saying as a topic over months. And I thank you for that, and I thank you for your chairing of the advisory group. We got caught out, and it was fair to take it on the chin. We hadn't established the best practice reference group. Took us a while to do it. It is now in place. If you look at, I think it's action 4, it requires that best practice reference group not just to report to the political advisory group. The words are, it says report to the highest level, report to the governing body. So the next governing body is due a report from the best practice reference group. Let's mark that down. That is a requirement. That is an action that has to be delivered on. And while I have great concern about the proximity of glyphosate application to human beings, I also have concern about the weed infestations that we have. I'm not going to lose sight of that. I'm a Forest and Bird member. I know Forest and Bird want to continue using some agrochemicals. There is a place and then there is not a place for the application of agrochemicals. And I want to stress that our policy talks about agrochemicals, and it includes glyphosate there, but it also includes the dyes that are used to mark the application, and they are extremely toxic, really toxic. The surfactants are also extremely toxic for the application of agrochemicals. And in some cases, the surfactants and the dyes are more toxic than some of the chemicals. I'm not suggesting more toxic than glyphosate. But when we looked at hot water weed control about 5 years ago at North Shore City, you might remember, Mr. Chair, we were working with what a company now called Biothermal, and they came up with an idea of improving the kill rate with hot water weed control by adding a surfactant, pretty much dishwashing liquid, glorified dishwashing liquid. We went to the ARC and the scientists identified that the surfactant was actually toxic to water supplies. We thought it was a good idea. Yet the evidence, and we're going to be basing our decisions on good broad range evidence, it identified the toxicity of the surfactant. Never thought of it, and no one had ever checked it. We just thought it was the best idea out of the blocks. So sometimes we jump to conclusions, and our conclusions aren't based on the evidence that others are telling us to abide by. So we've got to get stuck into this, into the policy that we adopted, and make sure it lives through this council. There is some good stuff in there. Continual revision of best practice. No spray register, as Councillor Walker has rightly pointed out, we are lax on. Noting sensitive locations, proximity to human beings. The enhanced environmental outcomes, and that is also the enhanced biodiversity that could be delivered through the control of weeds in the best possible ways, and enabling our communities to be engaged in the control of weeds, getting them on board. So, Mr. Chair, I know that, and I support Mr. Kimpton's work here. He's been instrumental in making sure Dr. Muriel Watts is on that best practice reference group. And she passed, wasn't just about putting her on it, she had to pass the test to be on there like everybody else. And she went through those lenses of examination and she is on it. I want to hear her views when she comes to the governing body. Is she the minority view on that best practice reference group? Is she with the rest of them? Let's hear it at the next governing body for those of us or those that might be there. So thank you for this. I'll be supporting the primary motions. It's about delivering and enabling that policy to be delivered every day rather than occasionally looking at it and coming back to it.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Well, I do actually. I'll have one go.
Okay, that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find myself agreeing with everyone around the table in most respects, and and also I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll explain why. This is a time for we elected members to acknowledge that our mandate is running out, and in respect of the democratic process, our focus at this point of the political term should be to tidy up outstanding business and to make recommendations, if we feel like it, to the incoming council, but not initiate new policies. And I think your recommendations, as opposed to the officer's recommendations, are totally appropriate. Now, in regard to chemicals and spraying, we have two major challenges in the Auckland region. Obviously, and the other members have referred to these challenges. The first of all we have a serious problem with environmental weeds, and actually not just in the rural area. Moth plant, for instance, is present right across from the southwest to the east of Auckland, through the factory areas, warehouse areas, and right over to the eastern suburbs where the moth plant poses a threat to the Hauraki Gulf Island. So it is complicated and it is a challenge. Then we have public areas, streets, public parks, areas where people have roof tanks, where there is a high degree of anxiety, and anxiety based on quite a deal of evidence about glyphosate. And so in terms of the amendment, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to support it if it qualified the word glyphosate with use of glyphosate in public places or public parks or where there are children. That sort of qualification, I'll leave that with Councillor Casey. The other problem, and in terms, people are worried about health and safety, and so should we. We are legally obliged to be with the new health and safety legislation, but also health and safety is in Section 5, the all-important purposes and principles of the Resource Management Act. And so is the phrase people and communities. And too often we overlook that. Now, in regard to procurement, the council, the super city, has gone big, has gone bulk, because theoretically that's the most economic way of securing services. It's not necessarily so, and it's not necessarily the most appropriate. And so it is with dismay that I hear that legacy council policies, whether it be Auckland City or North Shore or Waitakere, have been superseded by a bulk big business approach, which may look good theoretically if you're just dealing with numbers, though some, like Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker, would challenge those assumptions, but not necessarily serve the interests of the public in terms of health and safety, and probably just as important, their well-being, their sense of well-being. So, Mr. Chairman, I support your recommendation, and I support Councillor Casey's amendment to it, because what you have done in the wording of your recommendation, if I can just see it, you've enabled the council, in terms of recommending, to acknowledge the public concerns, the real and growing concerns about glyphosate. And it's not just in Auckland, it's something that's present and growing all around the world. And I guess we could wait until the experts agree, though we know in this world of interest and money that experts don't always agree, and therefore we should be listening to the public and taking a precautionary approach. Now, I support the use of glyphosate in natural areas where there are weeds that would be otherwise impossible to deal with. But I have to say, around public parks, where there are children, where there are people who have to get their water from roof tanks, I think that we need to cut it out. Now, there's a big Latinate word called moratorium, which is a bit scary, but I think in your recommendation, Mr. Chairman, continue to monitor and review implementation. That's a signal to our officers, to our officials, to use common sense. And if a moratorium is too big and scary, how about the plain old English word, cut it out? Cut it out where it's around children or in areas where common sense would dictate that it's not really appropriate, and take a precautionary approach and use alternative methods. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to support your recommendation, and I'm happy to support Councillor Casey's enhancement of it. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers to the amendment. I'm going to put the amendment. Should we just
Hang on, let's have a look.
Well, the wording is as...
Just been tweaked a little bit.
Oh, right, that's okay.
Yeah.
How's that?
It's streets and local parks.
So
Can I, Councillor Casey, this is the problem we've got. You put it up as it was, and now you can hear that it's going to cause another round of discussion. And I think we've got to go back to what you had there to start with, and I'm happy to put that.
Okay.
Okay.
Go back to what we had.
Division.
On just the amendment C.
On the amendment C.
I think that, can I just, oh,
No, sorry, we're on the division.
Happy with that?
Yes, yeah.
By division. Happy with that? Councillor Anai.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer. Or. Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Crum.
For.
Councillor Lee.
I,
Councillor Penrose.
Lucky it's a division, isn't it?
Councillor Stewart.
He wanted to catch people out. Didn't do
oh, the meaning is clear.
Councillor
isn't it?
Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Webster.
Yes. What do you
Member
need a
Wilcox.
division for?
Yeah, I think.
They won't have their name and light separately now.
Yes.
Say no, Chair.
It was close. Unanimous. That was very close. Unanimous.
So that has been passed. So that becomes the part of the substantive motion, and I still have two speakers, Councillor Penrose and Councillor Filipina. Councillor Penrose.
Yes, thanks,
Councillor.
Mr. Chair. Probably a quick question to Dean, again as Mr. Kimpton, is glyphosate. What was the cost, estimate cost, if we were to move away from from that to other mechanical means? Is it, what's the implications? Huge?
We don't know.
So you're talking about a complete shift
Yep.
across all of Auckland?
Yep.
Of millions of dollars. And I don't know the final number. I've seen some bandied around. I'm not going to be quoted on anything, but it is a significant cost. But remember, our weed management policy asks us to think about 8 or 9 different elements, one of which is minimising the use of agri-chemicals, which we all agree with, but also to take into account effectiveness in terms of managing our environment, which is something Councillor Fletcher talked to, and it talks about value for money. So there's a number of things that we need to balance. Of course, human health impact, environmental impact, all those dimensions. So the cost of completely stopping may not result in an effective outcome with the policy, and it would also cost a significant amount of money, even if it were to be effective. So those are the things that you will debate as a chamber next year.
Thank you.
Well, who's around this table?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll follow on by saying that I just want to acknowledge your leadership in this role. I wasn't on that political working party, but I have had my ear to the ground, and your stewardship through this process has been outstanding. But, I'm not going to have personal attacks on this table today. But, I'm pleased that you've ruled the direction going forward, because it's the implications to the ratepayers without due course. And, I get that's healthier, but, there's a process already in place. Now, I was one of those terrible 10 councillors that I keep getting to hear about as we lead up to an election that has been bantered around for support in LTP. Well, it stopped us from going insolvent, and it gave us the working tools to keep this region going.
Yep.
And fiscally imprudent. I'm not signed up to any political party, nor am I signed up to any party going forward in this election.
Point of order, can we have the party political broadcast at
I'm
the
not here
appropriate
to,
time?
He's not signed
I'm
up
not
for
here to take
party.
personal attacks. What I'm saying is, I'm pleased at the way we're going forward with this, Mr. Chair. Because this is, as you say, the political working party going forward into the new term, I'm sure will take the means and the health needs of the people of Auckland into the future. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. Public participation, and we've heard this right through not only last month when His Worship the Mayor asked around the review, but public participation is crucial. And I know when the forming of this policy in 2013, there was quite a bit of public participation prior to the 2013 policy being implemented. And listening to Mr. Kimpton around taking the views of the public and also the C that Kathy put in is another good move in the direction. But however, I think we still need to look at an organisation and the EPA. Mr. Kimpton, you mentioned the EPA, that we have to at least have some guidelines and a group that we can go to at least for advice. My concern through you, Chair, is what Kathy, Councillor Casey mentioned around the report from our member from the Greens Party about the EPA and 2009. I'm hoping that it can be taken on board to establish, because like everything, there's two sides to every story. So, I mean, you know, hearing 2009, that concerns me, and I'm sure it concerns people around this particular table. So I think that's one thing through you, Chair, that Mr. Kimpton can take on board to at least establish whether, in fact, there's been information and the update on information around what we've been given through the public forum. So I just leave that with there. Chair, I totally agree there shouldn't be a review, and this is why I will be supporting what you have up there, to at least in I think number 5, December 2015, there was an operational review, and as a result, we've got recommendations in B of the original paper on the agenda that we have. So you'll put that in A, Chair. And it is a matter of putting that through. And I just want, again, like everybody else around this table, I want to thank the input from our public, but also from our local boards. So the implementation is the key thing, and it's been said by several of the councillors, but definitely moving forward is to implement, and I look. The objectives 3, 4, 5, 6, John mentioned those, and putting those in and implementing those as well. So definitely support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you ruled out the possible amendment that was going to come from Councillor Watson, it was on the issue of significance, and that was the appropriate thing to do. I would have liked to have explored at that stage a breakdown on parks vis-a-vis the use of glyphosate right across the council. Because I think if there is one area that there might be a consensus around this table, and we're aware of the appropriate use of glyphosate in rural and forest type conditions, we know that it's an important tool for conservation groups in Auckland and indeed New Zealand. However, what I have heard over the last 25 years is a consensus around the use of glyphosate being inappropriate with playgrounds and in parks. And I would have really liked to have interrogated what the financial implications might be on the breakdown on what it might be with regards parks and playgrounds, which is something this council is investing in greatly. We're encouraging for recreational purposes, for exercise and every other way. The last thing we want to do is put any barriers up about parents having concerns over the safety of their children in playgrounds. I mean, that's just simply absurd. So I've got a real difficulty in the way that you have couched the A, B and C that we have there, because what are we telling this incoming council, whomever they might be? We're saying, oh, we've got concerns about glyphosate. Well, shouldn't we be saying where and when it's appropriate and non-appropriate? Should we not be saying, in particular, with regards to our parks investments and our playgrounds and so forth? Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering whether you would entertain some further clarification in and around giving that guidance, expression of concern to the incoming council that it's not quite so blunt, because at the moment it's just a really blunt, we don't like glyphosate, we're not breaking it down, we're not showing that we recognise that it has some appropriate uses. But I would really welcome some guidance from you, and I think you have managed this issue really well. But in and around our parks portfolio area, that we could ask an incoming council to pay special attention, because the policy is there, we've all agreed it's all about the implementation, but we haven't made much progress on parks, I've got to say, you know, over the last couple of years on this vexed issue. And we are wanting greater participation amongst all age groups in our parks. Would you not consider with C some qualification in and around the parks area expressing concern? I know that Councillor Casey was quite keen for the inclusion of that, and you ruled at the time quite properly that the amendment had been put up and we needed to vote on it. But surely common sense could prevail at this moment, and we could actually see something being further adopted to make sense of this for the incoming council.
Councillor Fletcher, I don't believe that it's proper to amend this. This has become the substantive motion. And C was arrived at after a vote which was unanimous, so it's not proper for the chair to start changing anything on that in that aspect. And I think it really says it in a open-ended type of way. I agree, but I think that's the overall feeling of the council, that they want to look at all the implications in relation to the use of glyphosate. So, and that just kind of encapsulates the feeling, and that's as far as I can take it. And I don't think at this stage now it's a substantive motion start moving or changing things there.
Well, I suppose then I could move a D.
No, I think you've had your speaking turn.
I just have a real concern, because if I were a person reading the minutes of this meeting, I would read it that the entire council disapproved of the use of glyphosate in conservation purposes, because we've just referred to it in a very general way.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but you've had your speaking turn, and I don't think it'd be proper to move a new motion at this late stage of the proceeding. So, Councillor Stewart.
Oh, thank you. Just want to thank you once again for chairing this meeting, Councillor Watt, and look forward to seeing you on the local board next term. So I'm really happy that everybody's supported Councillor Casey's recommendation, and that I think it's really important that we do leave it to the incoming council to decide on what they're going to do. I think that we also have to make sure, and I'm mindful with what Councillor Penrose was talking about, budgets and funding and everything, that we have to remember that this is something that is really core business, and quite often as a council we've sat around this table and sometimes we've spent a lot of money on a lot of things that a lot of people would not think is real core business. And so I think, thank you everybody for letting this go back to the incoming council, and I look forward to seeing most of you around the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's the final speaker. I don't have a right of reply, so I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against?
No, record my opposition.
Declare that carried.
And self?
Councillor Watson, Councillor Walker against the motion, just recorded their vote. We'll take a short adjournment for 3 minutes and come back.
Very precise.
I'm going to move.
We don't have a quorum as yet. Someone sits down.
There was an issue that came up in relation to that last item. Somebody was asked that as to whether there was a motion on the floor from the previous meeting on that in July. Well, there wasn't. I can say there wasn't. It was just a media statement, or the comments that were made in the meeting by the mayor.
That's right.
Who followed up with a media statement later in the day. But there was no recommendation in relation to having a review.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could you just make that clear again, please? With the last item, with what you just said about the review, because there seems to be a bit of confusion here.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that there was no recommendation or resolution. There was no resolution from the July meeting that we would have a review.
Yes.
It was a matter that was raised by the mayor.
Okay. So the review, as outlined in the recommendations, was superseded by your
Yes.
B.
Yes.
So the review won't be happening.
No.
No.
That's right.
Okay, good.
Thank you. So, seeing
So we don't have to worry.
seeing Lydia has been here and the other members of the
Local board.
Mangere Otahu local board have been here for quite some time. I'm going to move that item 11
Second.
now move up the order paper. Second by Councillor Filipina. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. So I'll ask Lydia and your other fellow board member to come forward, and we'll hear from you, and then we'll move into the item. Thank you.
Where's he gone?
Nick, I know Nick. Nick?
Yeah. And Walter.
Oh, and Walter.
Tangia Mua. Tangia Mua.
Councillor Walter, East School.
Thank you, Councillor Wood, Chair of this committee, and thank you. We actually really enjoyed being educated in the previous debate and appreciated the discussion. So thank you for that. And can I just say, on behalf of Mangere Otahu Local Board, to you, Councillor Wood, and to the members of this committee, we have thoroughly enjoyed coming to this committee for the last 3 years and being given consideration of viewpoints of our Mangere Otahu Local Board as a voice of the community. Louis, do we have our presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll just quickly introduce the members with me, Member Walter Tongiamoa and also Nick Bakulich, who were very passionate on this topic. And would like to speak to you today in terms of a very quick and short presentation to register our strong support in terms of the Māori language policy, item 11 on your agenda. The reasons why Mangere Otahu Local Board supports the formation of this policy. Councillors, you may not be aware, but our board takes the viewpoint and submission and communications from our mana whenua, but also the guidelines in terms of washes and council policy. Road naming in terms of the guidelines that are entrenched in Auckland Council, and I do call it as a guideline in terms of road naming, and areas right throughout Auckland, local boards are facing this issue in terms of north and south, and we in Mangere Otahu recognise the significance ancestral in terms of Māori or mana whenua or tangata whenua in our community. So it is the local board responsibility, as you are aware, to consider mana whenua engagement, and we use the current. What we have done as a local board, it has been a struggle for our board in terms of what officers recommend through resource consent process, but also hearing the voice and getting recognition or giving recognition to mana whenua. So we as a board, we've come up with our own policy just quite recently after a couple of issues of road naming, where we basically went head to head with some of the officers of council in terms of process, and it has been helpful to find a pathway forward in terms of road naming. Signage, the use of te reo or reo in terms of signage or use of language in our community. We have a very significant, important relationship with mana whenua, and I'm going to speak to that on the third slide. In terms of the reo, with the big campus right next door to us in Mangere, Wananga, Te Wananga o Aotearoa, we are building and forming the relationship. So in terms of this policy, we as a local board want to see that a minimum of 5% of applications, there is a strong consideration for Māori names, and that there are tools and resources that are available. So we, whilst this is your last meeting, we hope that the new local board post-election will also have strong support in terms of the formation of this policy. We do recognise that funding will be essential to make this a reality, and we will be asking that there's support not just for the policy, but that the costs have to be front-loaded and considered by the Governing Board Committee. Our last slide, Chair and members, the South Side actually had made a start in terms of kōrero or hui with mana whenua. We, as a board, with Otara Papatoetoe, Mana Rewa Local Board, and a member from Papakura Local Board, wanted to find a way forward in terms of Māori policy in our areas, and we understand that Te Waka Angamoa had been working on this formation of policy for a few years now. That photo just shows that we, as a working group, with the 4 local boards represented, but also the mana whenua groups from Ngāti Pāua, Ngāti Tamaoho, Ngāti Te Ata Waiahua, Te Akatai, and Ngā Mana Whenua Tamaki Makaurau had representatives, and we had, as a working group, come up with 8 recommendations, and that hui was held this week. One of the things I spoke about to the working group was there would still have to be another presentation post-election, because we have no idea how local boards will be made up. But it's a forward step and future thinking in terms of including Māori policy, reo, of all the things that we've listed. So that's our last slide, and I just have a couple of comments from my 2 members.
Kia ora koutou, te whānau, kia koe Rangatira George Wood, tēnā koe. In regards to our mana whenua workshops, you would see in the pictures there, Dame Rakeno Menhinik, and also accompanied by Matua Joyce. It just signifies the importance of engagement. How we have worked over the last 12 months in regards to this initiative, and we have thoroughly enjoyed the engagement with mana whenua and the fundamental importance of engaging with mana whenua. As you would, councillors, know in our reports, we have those Māori impact statement, and sometimes those impact statements are there as a tokenism, or there as a statement that doesn't really reflect the iwi or mana whenua engagement. Hence why this process that we have undertaken ensures that those reports, that Māori impact statement report that comes through to us, is credible and it has engagement with our mana whenua. Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi te rā.
Aloha, everybody. My very short comment is a bit of insight to this local board in terms of its elected members. None of us are actually Māori, but we acknowledge what we've first put in place in terms of our own policy, but also acknowledge perhaps around the street naming, around some balance. We have a very strong colonial history in Mangere. Many of you are obviously aware of George Bolt Drive, Kirkbride Road, Massey Road, and the list goes on. And I think what we've missed out in the past is that very strong connection to the First Peoples of Mangere o Tahu. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to finish off, councillors, a couple of the recommendations is post-election that this group has come up with, and obviously it is before it goes through the rigorous council processes, is to have a Mana Whenua 101. What does that mean for local boards in terms of some education around this relationship? And another is, as soon as you're elected and that in the local board land space, that there would be a marae visit to the mana whenua of that area, so to have the understanding of tikanga, but also rangatira to rangatira, sorry. So that's our presentation, and happy to take questions.
Any questions of Lydia?
Yep.
Sorry? Councillor Cuba? Oh, sorry, it was Mr. Wilcox, you had a question, did you?
Oh, Dr. Dosley. Kia ora whānau. I just was interested in your photo there. I see our kaumātua, Mr. Joyce there, Brian and him, and who is not recognised as mana whenua, but is recognised as a kaumātua in his own right. Do you often have hui like that, where actually there's more than just mana whenua there?
Thank you for the question. So just for your information, Matua Joyce had a number of questions for Matawaka. This working party chose to work with mana whenua because at a later stage Matawaka then would come into it, but we had chosen to take one step at a time as opposed to coming in for all, and we really didn't know where to start. So Matua Joyce was very vocal, very helpful, and very forward-thinking in terms of the kōrero that we had at the hui.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. When you're talking, I just felt like I didn't feel direct enough for my brain. So you're saying, I mean, we know local boards have the delegation to road names. So I just wasn't sure if you're naming the roads, are you concerned that there's not enough Māori names? Because that, yeah, I'm a bit confused what you're actually saying. You're saying we've got all these other names, but you're saying you haven't got enough Māori names, but you're responsible for it. So I'm just not sure what you're saying.
So thank you, Councillor, for the question. The current process is a very confusing process in terms of engagement.
Right.
And it's taken us nearly 3 years to actually work out the steps that local boards, in terms of their decision-making, have to make sure have been ticked off. So there's been, particularly this year, in the last 6 months, there's been some quite vigorous debate. Council officers have been very clear in terms of what their role is and pointed out to local boards, particularly our local board, when we've asked a number of questions, what does mana whenua engagement mean? And they've highlighted that. And some of those cases have not been accepted by our local board, and we've asked for further engagement. On the balance side, there's a big cost to the developer, and so we've had some quite vigorous conversations with developers, just to give you an example.
Because I know with Westgate development, most of the names are Māori, and actually there was a bit of a fight around. We couldn't have one of the names because the geographic board didn't accept one of the names. So okay, now I've got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good that it's clearer for
Thank you.
you too. Thanks.
Okay, well, I'll move that we thank Chair Lydia Sassini and Nick and Walter for their presentation here this morning. Councillor Lee, do you have a question?
I'll second that.
Second it, Councillor Lee, second it. And I also thank you for your attendance here at this meeting, but also the other meetings where you attend with your board members. It's really great to have you come along and give us the views of the Mangere Otahu Local Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Now we're on to item 11, and I am going to move the recommendations. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Penrose will second that. And we'll have a presentation, although I just want to make the point in moving it that Maori is one of the 3 official languages of New Zealand. English, Maori and sign language. So I think it's really great that we're, as a council, now moving into this area where we've developed this policy. A lot of work's gone into it, so we'll hear a brief presentation. Thank you.
Kei te chairman, George, tēnā koe, rauranga tira mai noho nei, tēnā koutou, I muri nei, e mihi nei ki te ware arohe, māngare o tāhuhu, tēnā koutou mo te tautoko mai, o tira huri noa, mōrena ata Māori. I'm very pleased to be able to present before the committee this morning on, and we're presenting the Māori language policy for adoption and also the Māori language implementation plan. So the purpose of the Māori language policy is to direct and guide the quality, clarity and consistency of the use of the Māori language in Auckland Council. We also have developed a 3-year implementation plan which is attached to the documents. And so we're leaving it open to the board now for to the committee for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Filipaina?
Just one question in regards to the app that was mentioned at the joint meeting between Independent Māori Statutory Board and the governing body. Just an update as to when that app will be available.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Through you, Chair, the app was presented at the governing body meeting where we provided also a progress report to the governing body on the development of the reo policy. The app, I believe, is going to be released at the end of this month. It's a learning application that will be made available not only to council but to the wider communities to be able to assist everyone with the pronunciation and the use of the Māori language, different place names throughout Auckland.
Cool.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
More of a comment, Chair. Should I wait till later?
Oh, no, you can. We're kind of. Well, I don't think it's going to be a vigorous debate. This.
I thought you asked me for a prayer. Yeah, mi ana kia koru e haro mai ana e koe mai ana I te kaupapa nei. And I'd just like to tautoko the work that's been done. It's been a long time coming, and I'm sure many councillors around this table have kind of grown a little bit weary of my harping on about the reo. So I'm really glad to see it come before us. Language is one of the things that defines us as people, as humans. It's the difference between us and the animals who communicate differently and definitely in not the way that we do. And the reo is a taonga. And I think this policy and the implementation plan only formalise what we have already been doing. I refer to the libraries where you go into every library and it's all in the reo and in English. And the same with what's happened at a higher level with our international treaties. I'm thinking particularly of the tripartite agreement with Guangzhou and Los Angeles, which is in the 3 languages of English, Māori and Mandarin. So it all aligns as well with the Māori Language Act. So I'm really happy to see this come before the committee today, before the Regional Policy and Strategy Committee, and thank you for that. And e mihi ana kia kōrua. E mohi ana au e te taumahatanga o te wāra aine, engari mihi ana kia kōrua. Tēnā koe.
Thank you. Councillor Webster.
Yes, very quickly, happy to support this, but over the app, because we mentioned it at a Kaipara Harbour meeting in Whangarei, and they were all very interested. I do hope we're going to click the ticket on this. You know, this is an alternative to rate funding.
Yeah, let's sell
and
our
they were
research.
all very, very, very interested. So, and I would say that through Local Government New Zealand and others, there will be. I hope we've got some sort of trade intellectual property on this,
Good idea.
because I tell you what, they would have signed a cheque on the dot. So I'm just flagging that for what it's worth.
Finance chair kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Count those coffers, yeah, fill in those coffers. Councillor Casey.
I was serious, actually.
I had a question about the timelines. I'm looking at just at random at the indicators and targets, and I can't make up my mind when things are going to happen because they're in a time frame between 2016 to 2019. I'll take one example: the use of Maori translations for governing body meetings or committee meetings like this one. So it says it's going to happen, for me, this is the way I'm reading this, it's going to happen sometime between 2016 to 19. Can we be more specific about when things are going to happen?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Casey. On the recommendations under C, there's a note that there's some further work to be done on the implementation plan. So once we get around the table with those, that will be that we can land those and affirm those, then we can come back.
So there'll be like annual targets instead of three-year targets?
At this stage, we're proposing it'll be over a 3-year period.
That's kind of a long time, though.
Oh, kia ora, if I could add further to that. So we're proposing a 3-year Māori language program, but it will get annualised and it'll form the part of the Te Tō Takatini portfolio of work. So we'll be able to report directly on an annual basis of the program. So beyond today, we'll start to look at how we operationalise the implementation plan. There's a number of threads reaching across the organisation in terms of our comms and engagement department. Auckland Transport, for example, are leading the regional signage program. But the ability to be able to pull that all together in a cohesive program and report back to committee on a regular basis. So a form part of Te Tō Takatini reporting back to Finance and Performance Committee. It also get reported on a regular basis to the Joint Governing Body IMSB meeting as well. So it just comes under that portfolio of work.
So you will have annual targets to meet?
Yes.
That's good.
Okay, thank you. Without Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a question about the points and implementation. You may have already referred to that, but just in terms of the overall capex cost that being absorbed into that, point 22, and other specific requirements are just going to come through normal budget processes, including the annual plan and long-term plan. Do we have any kind of notion as to what indicative cost as to what the full implementation might run out to, or on an annual basis, or something just a little bit more specific?
Certainly as part of our Te Tō Takatini reporting, that includes the annual budget, and most of the budgets for implementation are sitting across different departments and form part of their work. The Te Tō Takatini reporting is able to then consolidate that, so you get an overall figure. We're working through the detail for this current financial year to be able to report back on that. So it's linked into the annual plan LTP processes. What we won't be seeking is any additional funding at this stage, as it's already built in as part of the current LTP and annual plan.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion.
Hang on,
sorry.
Can we discuss the motion now? We'll move past question time.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I in regard to the previous item and what we resolved there in a spirit of consensus, despite some of us are very inclined to move for a moratorium on glyphosate spraying in public places now, I think we did the right thing in recommending it a policy or review or whatever the implementation, to the incoming council. Our mandate, members, is just about run out. Our contract is nearly up. And I do not think this is a time to bring in a brand new policy at this stage of the political term. moreover, a policy which will last for the whole duration of the next political term. I don't think it's fair, and I don't think it's good practice. Now, this policy stands on its merits, and I believe it should be passed to the incoming council to consider. And that therefore, Mr Chairman, I, consistent with your own approach in significantly changing the recommendations of the previous item we dealt with, I would urge you, I would like to move that we recommend the Maori language policy as attached to the agenda, recommend we adopt the Maori language implementation plan 2016-2019 to the people who will be here to implement it for that time. Some of us will not be, and I think it's only fair that we manage this in this way. And so I urge you, Mr Chairman, to accept my modification, amendment, if you like, of your recommendations so that it goes to the new council with a fresh mandate to consider and implement.
Well, what you're saying there, Councillor Lee, that's a kind of a procedural motion that you're recommending that this matter lie on the table to the next council. Now,
well, we could go further than that if we believe in it, and I'm sure members will, that they'll recommend it to the next council, but it's not for us to sign it off.
I'll ask if there is a seconder to what your procedural motion is.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, there's a procedural motion on the floor that this matter lie on the table to the next council. I'll put that motion. Division. Okay. In actual fact, you should have moved the motion.
Just being consistent, Mr Chairman.
No, you should have moved the motion the minute you started speaking, but I'll still accept it.
That's not being consistent.
Well, what I said was to amend it, not to...
No, order.
Okay.
Can't amend it, it's a direct opposition, isn't it?
It's not an opposition.
Saying adopt it, don't adopt it.
Order, we're just getting it down.
Mr Chairman, is this not...
Well, I actually said recommend it to the next council, but whatever.
No, it's a procedural motion that the matter lie on the table to the next council. You know you know the implications, so...
We might as well all pack up and go home if we're going to do
Don't
this.
do anything. It's going to be good, no meetings.
Can we all pack up and go home?
It's going to be good.
All right, yep.
Okay, so by division, the procedural motion to lie on the table until the next term of council. Councillor Anai.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
Or.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
No.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose. Aye. Councillor Stewart.
Or.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
No.
Member Wilcox.
No.
Chair Wood.
No.
Lost.
It lost 10-6, so the motion, or it's 10-6, the motion is lost. So are there any other speakers? Councillor Darby.
Sorry, can we just, I think Rama has got the local board feedback, which was going to be tabled here. I think it's important because boards have input on policies, plans, etc. So I think before we likely confirm it, it would be good to hear on what the local board feedback is.
Okay, if you want to question there.
So by and large, there was some very positive feedback by the local boards for the policy itself, but we did receive a range of comments, and some of the comments was around a couple of boards wondering what was the relevance of the policy to the communities they represent, and whereas the other boards were more focused on how would the policy and what support they would have to implement the policy in their local board area. This is not a blanket approach. It's all around, we're open to supporting the boards with giving effect to the policy in their local board area.
So just to follow up, generally, following the feedback from the local boards, they have the opportunity to input into policy. Were there any specific amendments to the draft policy?
No.
Did they ask for specific amendments, or was it a general question of how do we implement it, as you just outlined?
The questions we received through you, Mr. Chair, was all around the implementation.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, I'll put the motion.
Can I ask you another question, Mr. Chairman? I distinctly remember suggesting that we recommend this to the incoming council, and you suggested that it lay on the table. Okay, I was quite happy. It's in some ways similar, but recommend is a little bit more positive. I wonder, on the principle that we shouldn't be binding an incoming council in our last meeting when our mandate is just about gone, whether you would consider that we recommend this rather than adopt it for the next 3 years.
No, but
It's lying on the table.
it's a situation, Councillor Lee, where this council has developed the policy, and for this council to now say, we'll push it off or divert it to the next council would be remiss of this council, of this committee, because we have been the authors of this work and we have had the work done, and for us to now move it somewhere else when they weren't the people that put the work in place, they have the right, if obviously they can change policy, but I think this policy is a policy that this council has developed.
Well,
So,
Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely quite right that the council,
Yeah.
this council has developed a policy, but we elected members are now being asked at the end of our term to adopt it, where for the next 3 years, when that should be appropriately be adopted by the incoming council. It's called democracy.
Well, okay, that's your call and you can vote as you wish on that, but I see it differently, and that's the reason why we're going to put the vote.
Good.
Is there any other questions?
Just a question. So this was part of the work plan for this 3 years to have this done, is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so it's not out of the ordinary, it's actually what was planned. Thank you.
We'll put the motion now, go through by division.
Yep.
So there's substantive motion on the screen by division. Councillor Anai.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Philippina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Webster.
Yes.
Member Wilcox.
Aye.
Chair Wood.
Yes.
It's carried.
It carried 11-5, so the motion is passed and that is carried. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. So we now move. We move to item 9. We have been moving around. This is a recommendation on page 9, and this is, as you see, there's a recommendation on the with a report from the Community Development and Safety Committee. I'm going to move that we receive the recommendation of the community regarding the issues of homelessness.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Casey.
So, just ask a question.
Where are we up to? Oh, this one, item 9.
Well, can I just ask Mr. Kimpton, what's the
Got money in the budget for this?
what's the implication of this?
Yeah, in the budget.
Oh, no, we'll just leave it. Okay. Yeah, on the one here, no, we'll do this one here. So it's on the table, is there any discussion?
Question.
Question?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I know it says that we had $500,000 in the budget to address homelessness issues and 360,000 has been spent. So for me to support this, it would have to be coming out of the existing budget, that there wouldn't be more money raised, which isn't even in the LTP. So could somebody ask me where the money would come from, or is there extra money needed? It's just a sort of an open-ended thing here. We've got to be accountable.
Graham?
Well, through the chair, the conversation was at the genesis of the conversation was that operationally we're being asked for a response to a number of quarters around the issue of homelessness and emergency housing response in the city.
From whom?
And there is no policy around that. So I think the thinking was that this should be something that could be added to the policy agenda or the policy work program to be taken forward.
Well, that doesn't answer my question about the budget.
Where does the money come?
I don't want to be fudged.
The issue that Graham's trying to deal with is the allocation of existing budget. Until you decide that there is any additional budget, there is no additional budget, and that would have to come to Finance Performance Committee.
Yeah. So my question is procedurally, in receiving of the recommendation, does that mean we're going to do it, or what does that mean? It just says you receive the recommendation, and what would be done with it if we were to receive it, or is it just receiving it? I don't want it to be a default that it goes, people hiving off doing it with no money.
So my recommendation, and this was discussed the other day, that we actually defer this issue. We work through it in a proper fashion, understanding what the policy and budget implications are, and Kat Markey would have a key role in that in terms of committee policy advice. I don't think it's something you can deal with in today's meeting.
So
okay, well,
you don't receive it then?
No, well, with that, Councillor Casey, it'll have to go to the new council. I'm sorry.
Can we just...
Can I speak to it?
No, well, I'll have to... What was the... Okay, Councillor Holst.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So my question is, I was really happy with this because when we were there, the way the discussion went was, and my question is, am I on the right track? So just to qualify this, we do have a budget. We've got money in the mayor's put aside budget. We've got bits of work happening around homelessness everywhere. The staff are doing kind of yeoman's work. We're constantly getting asked what we're doing, and we're actually doing a lot. My understanding with this recommendation is, first of all, let's just make sure that we're sensibly spending the budget we've got. Tick. And I think that's sensible. Number two, what actually is our role in this, and whether it's this council or the next council, homelessness is not going to go away. So we need to be starting to clarify that. Does it mean we need to spend money? No, it doesn't, but we just need to be clear about what we're doing. And the third thing is we've got offers coming to us of partnership to join up with organisations. We need to just clarify what our role is. So I'm really happy to support this actually proceed. I don't think we're taking anything in a different direction. So can I just be clear? We've got a slug of money there. For me, this is just directing it into a sensible place. Kind of, am I on the right track? Feel free to say no if I'm not, that's fine.
Well, actually, through the chair, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the genesis of this, as I said, was basically there is, in the absence of a policy, it would be useful to have one so we can respond to this ongoing issue. I didn't give any consideration necessarily to where that would come from, because I suppose the thought was, well, this would be something that would be added to the policy work program, which would be undertaken as part of an important piece of work that's needed to be done. Yes, there is some funding this financial year, that $360,000, much of which has actually already been committed. It is possible that some of that money could be directed towards assisting that, but we haven't analysed that. But I suppose that was a secondary consideration. It's more thinking about around this piece of work being added to the policy work program.
So can I just say then, I'm going to add a B to this, and I don't know if Councillor Casey will support me as a seconder, that the matter be deferred to the appropriate committee of the incoming council, the decision on whether staff undertake further work to determine Auckland Council's role and position in addressing homelessness, including the provision of emergency
That would be
housing.
consistent, wouldn't it, Mike?
No, well,
So,
Do it for the last item.
are you happy with that, Councillor Casey?
Could I speak, since it came from my committee, and you'd actually left the meeting when we discussed this, George, so I'd quite like to fill in the vacuum.
Okay, but that's what's going to there. So if you don't want to second it, I'll have to find another seconder. Okay, well, you can talk. You can speak.
I'll
now.
second it.
You speak now. Okay, Councillor Casey can speak. Speak to it.
No,
Okay.
it makes a mockery.
This is the Auckland Council Regional Homeless Action Plan, which just expired. And after its expiry, it meant there's just a vacuum because we don't have this anymore. We've had a homeless action plan since I got on the Auckland City Council, since 2004. It translated into this. What it gives is the staff, it gives a framework for queries that come in. Now, I know how many queries are coming because they come to me and I pass them to Graham. We've had local boards, we've had individuals and groups all over the city who want to do stuff to solve the problem of homelessness. And it's really, really important that we use this. We didn't invent this. This was carefully crafted over many years of working with LifeWise, Auckland City Mission, the Salvation Army, and government officials. So we still have a steering group across Auckland. And really what Graham's asking for is to continue the work so that we can't wait till February, because that's what this means. If we defer it, nothing's going to happen. And it's too important that the numbers are skyrocketing. Since this, we've had Park Up for Homes, we've had the garages thing, we've had we've had the cross-party inquiry, we've had headline after headline after headline. So and can I just tell you, we're leading the way, we always have done. We had the first conference on homelessness in 2006. Wellington City have a homeless plan from 2014 to 2020. Guess who they asked for advice? Us. So now the leaders are in fact the ones without any foothold. So it's not about reinventing the wheel. We've got wonderful policy. We've got everybody on the same page. It's just giving permission to continue that work that will come to the new council's work programme. And they will decide, yes, we want it, no, we don't. But I don't want this big hole that we've got right now, and we have had since then, and people asking Graham, can we do this? Can we put up tents? Can we use the civic building? Can we use Mount Eden Prison? Can we build little houses in the domain? And you've seen it yourself. So we're in charge of all of that, but we need the framework, and we need not to stop the momentum. So that's all this was. It's just, please just keep it rolling. It's not buying, it's just a continuation of everything we've done before. And we've got reports, we've got research coming out of our eyes. We've got everything here. So we've got all the work has been done. It's just about putting it into a new shape, giving it to the new council to work with. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I'm trying to be consistent here, Mr. Chairman, and this is a very serious problem in Auckland, and it's not going to go away anytime soon. And already work is underway right now. The City Centre Advisory Board agreed to spend $3 million on the James Liston Hostel to increase the accommodation, the number of beds in that hostel, and to completely renovate it. Again, the word defer, what I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, to be consistent, is that in receiving the recommendation, we refer it to the incoming committee. But work is actually underway right now, and it needs to be. Another matter that was brought to my attention was that until 2012, Auckland, like every other city in New Zealand and probably the world, had a night shelter. And in 2012, it got demolished and got replaced by a commercial development. There is no night shelter in Auckland anymore. These are issues that the new incoming council has to deal with. Presently, we are engaged in providing accommodation, emergency accommodation, short-term accommodation, but we have to do a lot more. So all I'm trying to do here, Mr. Chairman, is to be consistent.
Okay, we will change the word defer to refer.
Can I foreshadow a motion if yours fails, Mr. Chairman, that we do receive the recommendations?
Can I just say, I would just refer the recommendation rather than the decision or whether or not to staff to undertake, because they're already doing that now, and it kind of it raises a kind of a false argument. Staff are already doing this work now in the broader sense, and this is kind of a report back.
They're not.
Yes,
they're not
they
doing
are.
any policy work at all. That's what this is about.
Okay, well,
they are in this ward.
That's
No,
your speaking to.
that's
Councillor
project work.
Penrose.
This is policy work to
Penrose,
inform the projects.
Councillor Penrose.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a bit lost, Mr. Chair. In the life of the LTP, I think there's about 864,000 in the LTP for homeless action plan. I think it is. So is this not part of that the work? You know, if we're attaching dollars to it, are we not utilising that money that's set aside in the LTP to do that work with?
Is that part of the work?
Through the chair, so the money was set aside for the LTP for emergency housing response and responding to rough sleeping. It was provided to my department to oversee and administer, which is great. I guess the point we're making is that this is in the absence of a policy framework to inform decision making to actually make the best decision to optimise that investment, or to So if we're approached around people sleeping rough in the domain, for instance, or should we have little houses, or do we support a night shelter? Well, actually, there is an absence of a policy framework to actually inform our decision. So at the moment, we're responding as best we can. We're working on projects. We're doing what we think is the right thing, but it's not informed necessarily through a good understanding or policy framework to inform our decision making, and that's what seems to be missing from where I'm sitting from an operational point of view.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Penrose? Any further?
I just want a question.
Okay. Who's the next? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I'm just a bit gobsmacked. I'm a bit surprised that we actually put nearly $800,000 into the LTP with no policy.
No, we did have it.
That's a question. So I'm just saying, is that usual practice? We have no policy for something, and then we whack some money in the LTP.
We did.
Is that good practice? I don't know, but, yeah. So that's my question.
Yeah, you answer it, Mr. Bosman.
What was the question? Is it good practice?
Well, is it good practice to put stuff in the LTP with no policy?
We did have.
No, that's a plan, not a policy.
Yeah.
It's an action
And
plan.
also, I must say that, I mean, I'd rather we did some actions rather than lots more paperwork and conferences, because I remember going to that conference, I got my handbag stolen. That was a good outcome for me. But I think, for me, if we're going to have a policy, for me, it's got to come out of the money we've already got.
Exactly.
And big money.
You know, no more money for it. We've got to have a proper policy. Use the money we've already got. Don't do all these little, people sleeping in cars to show goodwill. I'll go and sleep in a car too. That doesn't actually help. You have to have a clear policy, and then you create a plan from that. And we actually have to decide in the policy what we are going to do and what we're not going to do. So I'm happy to refer it to the incoming council, because the policy wasn't in the work plan this LTP to do it, but if we've got to refer it to the next council, and it can still come out of that money before the next LTP expires. So I would support this, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you. Question, and then I'll reserve my right, or both?
Well,
Chair?
both.
Question, Graham. How imperative is a policy for you to allocate the monies that have been put into their long-term plan?
Well, we have allocated it in the absence of a policy because it was an opportunity to actually do some good work, and we've been supporting community housing Aotearoa. We supported Te Puia Marae. We've put it towards a number of initiatives. So, that money has been put to good use. Now, whether it's been put to the best use, whether it was, it would have been just looking forward. I guess just operationally, speaking as an operational department, having a policy to inform our response to queries is not only about spending money, it's also about providing advice, about providing leadership, about knowing what to support. That's what's so. Best policy or best practice would be to have a policy to inform the expenditure.
Right.
In my opinion.
Just supplementary, Chair, the homelessness action plan. When did that expire?
2015.
2015. So the allocation of the monies in the long-term plan, were they based on some of the work that has been previously done with the action plan?
Through the Chair, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, Chair, look, I don't support the deferral of this particular item. I want to support what Councillor Casey, but also our Deputy Mayor has said around the issue is not going to go away. We're actually hoping it'll go away until February or March, when we're going to end up possibly getting something back to the incoming committee about doing some work.
That's right.
We don't want to push it under the carpet. That's exactly what we're doing. And as Councillor Penrose and I were talking about at the last item, we're still councillors until obviously our community saying, "No, look, about time you retired." But we are still councillors, and the work is still going to continue. So I do not support this particular work because it's not going to go away. I agree with our Deputy Mayor. It's not going to go away. There's no action plan since 2015. And what we've been doing is just sort of talking to staff and having an idea, look, the monies could be spent well here. I do, however, agree with Councillor Cooper and that the monies that are currently in the long-term plan, that's exactly where it should be going, is to end up developing a policy that needs to happen based on the question I asked Mr. Bodman. It is crucial for us to at least have all the background information from all our stakeholders. I don't know what other word I could use, but to all our stakeholders. So look, I don't. It shouldn't be deferred. I don't want to end up sort of saying, no, look, we'll just leave it for another council. It's going to be there, and it should be done, and the work and the money should come out of the long-term plan. Thank you.
We're going to ask Katarina to come up, Katarina Mackie to come up. I think the question we really want is what is the time frame to develop a policy?
So Councillor Casey is correct. There is no current and specific homelessness policy for this council. However, the LTP money had work behind it, had clear direction on which it was meant to be spent on. So there's no lack of clarity in your decision making that you made in the LTP about that money and how it was spent. So, that isn't uncertain. You were clear when you made the decision and you had clear advice about that. The real question is, are you going to decide today to start new policy work? So that means you'd make the decision today and policy teams like my team will go away and start the work and it will be reported back to the incoming council, or do you, because it is new work and has not yet started, whether you wait for the incoming council to make that decision that they want to progress that type of work, and that's one of the new policy priorities that wants to progress, given we're not sure at this stage what its priorities might be.
So what's the time frame from when you start the work to when the policy would come to conclusion?
It quite depends. I mean, that's a very broad statement about determining council's role. So there are a whole bunch of roles that council could make. We'd need to look at the evidence and look at the options for that role. Sorry, we'd have to scope it up to see how big a piece of work it is. But it would include research, options analysis, and coming back with a briefing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, we've got questions or from Councillor Darby?
I'll speak to it if you want that now.
Councillor Walker?
I was going to speak to it.
Thank you. Councillor Watson?
Yeah, and I just got to contribute to the debate.
Okay, Councillor Lee, have you got...
Mr. Chairman, I think we're all more or less on the same page here, but I have to say the recommendation that is up on the board doesn't really reflect the recommendation from the Community Development and Safety Committee and doesn't really respect what it's saying. But even that recommendation is very vague to undertake further work. Are we talking about work, in other words, to try and to get people into shelter, or is it policy work, which is not necessarily the same thing? But at least, Mr. Chairman, I would say if we're going to receive the recommendation, we should actually spell it out what we're receiving and endorse it or accept it or whatever, but also recommend our support for this work to the incoming council. I think this is not really a very good report at all, and the recommendation hangs up in the air, but the problem is there. I think we're all realising that the council has a role and a leading role in tackling it, but I think that the recommendation needs to be a lot more, to reflect what the Community Development and Safety Committee said, and to recommend this work be adopted by the incoming council. Now, Councillor Filipino's got a view that everything stops after the election till around about February. No, not at all. All our committees are in place by November normally and start work by November. So I don't think that anyone looking forward to a long interregnum is not going to get one on this council, but I think we need to be a little bit more directive. We haven't been helped by kind of quite a weak report, but I can't support the way it is now, Mr. Chairman. I'll support adopting the recommendation from the Community Development and Safety Committee, and I will support recommending policy work, if that's what they're talking about, be undertaken by the incoming council.
So, I mean, the two options here are start the work right now, or pass the matter to the incoming council, and so we can scope out the full extent of what the work is going to entail. Because, I mean, we all know when you get policy development, it takes a fairly long time, and unless you're kind of certain as to what you want, I think we're just saying to the officers, go away and write us a homelessness policy, and they'll kind of, they won't have the full information or the full information from here as to what it is to encompass. So is that the situation? Did you see it?
It's somewhere in between that. So what we would bring back is a range of options for a committee to consider to decide what council's role would be from reading the recommendation. So it's not necessarily a policy, but it is policy advice about the role council can play. There would be options, trade-offs, costs, and then a committee would make a decision.
And then you'll start writing the fully fledged policy.
Well, that would depend on that future decision making.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what we should write.
Councillor Filipino.
Just a question.
Yes.
Question, Chair. Katarana, you mentioned, and it's been mentioned by the Chair as well, around the work that is required for new policies. Now, surely the action plan that was in place up until 2015 will assist actually quite greatly in the formation of the policy because of what Councillor Casey said, which was a search, everything else that we've already had within council. So would you still sort of consider this to be a new policy, even though a lot of the work has already been done?
So I'm just going off the wording of the recommendation, which is about council's role. The action plan isn't a policy.
No, I understand that.
It's more like a coordinating operational plan, which
but that would assist,
for all rights
surely.
and purposes could still be updated and carry on without the need for a policy.
But that's what I mean, but it surely would resist because your comment was it's a new policy, but I may be looking at it differently. It'll inform the policy, but from my perspective, it's not a new policy when we've got so much work, albeit an action plan there.
So everything that council has done and does will of course inform the development of policy options to a committee.
Councillor, Mr. Wilcox, you got a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm just asking really about if you go away right now and start doing the work, which was in the original recommendation, in the original motion recommendations, would that then be brought to the committee that you've done that? And would you have funds to do that up to November, or will we break the bank by November?
So the work envisaged by that recommendation could be fully accommodated within existing baselines that this council has established for its policy advice. Does not require any further funding.
No, I'm referring to the original recommendation, which said recommend that you undertake further work. Because that one is saying actually no, you're not going to take further work till November. Is that how I'm reading it?
So, sorry, you asked me two questions.
Yeah,
So if this committee makes a resolution for staff to undertake further work, we will look at our work program and start it as soon as possible.
Will that break the bank by November?
No,
No.
it's fully accommodated within existing baselines that council gives us for policy advice.
So will you do a preliminary kind of assessment of what the policy should look like and then bring it back to the new council before they start start further work on it at that stage? Is that right?
So from looking at the recommendation, I would think that it would be an options paper, which would include the current role of council and potential other roles. We could also do that as scenarios for council to consider so that it didn't feel like options you had to choose between. So for example, we could go, here's the current scenario of what we do and what impact it does.
Yeah.
This is other scenarios and the costs and impacts of those.
Yes,
So,
well, that'd be the next council anyway, because we don't have another one.
but it
next
would
meeting.
still, it's still not gonna, none of this information will come before this council.
No, because we're finished.
So you'll come back sometime in the new year with a report on the options, and then it can be taken from there.
Good idea.
Okay, so that, Councillor Casey, is going back to what the original motion was. I'm happy to go back to that. Is that?
Can we take
Yes.
B out?
Go back to the original.
Go back to the original.
And put in the word policy to be clear about it, that's what they're asking for.
Yeah.
Take B out then.
So,
Because other work is going on right now.
Take B out and just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay, we've heard from Katarina as to what they'll do. I think if everybody's happy with that, we can, we'll just carry on and Councillor Casey can second it then.
I was going to say I'm happy
Very
to
good,
move.
thank you.
What?
that's what.
I was going
I
to
didn't
move
wait to say
that.
Put the motion.
Yeah.
Getting hungry.
We have a long list. I don't know, does this need a long list of
No,
discussion?
surely not. No.
I waive my right to talk.
Does anyone really
No.
pressingly want to speak to it?
Well,
I do.
Okay, Councillor Nye.
With all due respect, I mean, the fact is, with the policy is going to fix the problem, is this is an international problem we've been talking about for so long here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the answer to the homeless situation lies central government to up the accommodation supplement, allow these people some into some homes which they can't afford right now. And that's not even been looked at. I've been asking for some time, and this is the essential things we need. We need portable toilets, portable showers where these people are. That's fixable now. Can somebody tell me why we're not making the effort to fix that now? While we work towards an answer?
Well, we are. That's what we're doing.
Because I haven't seen it, and I want to see us moving in that direction. Once we get that in place, then we can try and address the issue, which is not an easy issue. I know that.
What are you going like that for?
It's just not an easy issue.
I'm allowed to speak.
You know, it's a major issue right now in Auckland. What has not been taken into account is the high cost of rental in Auckland that these people can't afford, and the accommodation supplement doesn't take them anywhere near it unless that's bridged. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And
Councillor Cooper then.
sorry, just a quick comment, and it's on the back of Councillor and I. A lot of our local boards will not allow the toilets in the areas to be open past a certain time. And they have a whole lot of issues, you know, with people doing stuff in places they shouldn't be. So this is another way to address some of the issues for homeless people, that they actually have some facilities open. You know, we go banging around closing them all at 8 o'clock, you know, and they are public toilets. And, you know, so I think that's another thing we can do now that we're not doing. They've got the facilities sitting there locked.
Okay. Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak?
Mr Chair, I'm very glad we've gone full circle in half an hour and returned to what the original recommendation was, which was very sensible. I think there's a little bit of confusion. We are doing good things. We certainly helped out in a practical and financial way to Puia Marae. We've helped with advice, construction advice. We've helped keep things safe at Te Puhi, and we've helped out financially. So I think there's two things. I think this is a very sensible recommendation, but I think we also need to make clear what we're doing now to help Councillor and I. The reality is, though, that our role is not as a social service provider. It never will be, and neither should it. That's absolutely the government's job. But if we monitor, advocate, facilitate, that's where our policy direction needs to be, so that we're actually helping make things happen. I think in the next council, hopefully, we will be very proactive in that. But I'm pleased that we've gone full circle. We can just keep doing what we're doing now, and we can build up to the lessons that we're learning through what we're doing now into a very sensible action plan for the next council. And the bottom line is, and I agree with Councillor Filipaina, this can't wait. You know, I was talking to someone yesterday who was looking for a nice driveway in Te Atatu Peninsula to park their car. They weren't worried about the fact that they were homeless, they were just looking for a nice driveway. You know, that's not okay. So before that becomes the new normal, I think we need to get on and do something. So good that we're here.
Right, Councillor Casey, you're the final speaker then.
Just the last word. We have in our Auckland plan a target to end rough sleeping by 2020. The title of Wellington's policy is Ending Homelessness in Wellington, a Strategy for 2014 to 2020. That's a great place to start. So everything goes around that. So thank you very much. I'm happy to take the vote.
Right,
Mr. Chair, before you move off this, because it's about community safety committee, we at the last meeting of the mayoral task force in the CBD, there was a recommendation that came from, well, the discussion that came from, not recommendation, but the discussion came from the committee that we were going to hopefully have something on your committee as to a way forward for the new council. It was to be called the mayoral task force. When we had major social issues in the CBD, which you and I have been there since inception in the last 5.5 years. Some fantastic work's come out of that over the last 5.5 years. The team are really concerned, as you are aware, that that this may drop, and they'd like to continue that process. So I just want to know a comment from you or a comment from Dean as to where we sit with that.
Well, Mr. Kimpton, I've raised it with Mr. Kimpton, and he indicated that it will be part of a report for the incoming council concerning committees. Right?
Yes, the recommendation was rather than deciding at this stage, there'll be a range of task force, advisory groups, committees, and the question was rather than deciding now and putting that on a mayor that hasn't been elected in, whether that wasn't given as an option with the recommendation to support it.
Cool, excellent, thank you.
Right, with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Right, we're going to adjourn till about...
What are we actually up to? I'm so confused about what we're actually up to.
We haven't got much.
9.
What about the seniors who are sitting here?
10.
Okay, well,
I can eat some of your things.
The seniors are sitting here.
Just with
What's that one?
hold it in.
okay, so we'll be back here at 2 p.m. We'll adjourn.
2.
2 o'clock?
Can't we just, 1:30?
Oh, so we'll be back here at 20 past 1. 20 past 1. Okay?
What do you mean? Can't we just?
Well, it should be reasonably quick up. why it was at this committee, and it is at its reserves.
Yeah, I just got that.
Okay.
Oh, well, okay.
I'll move them, I'm
they were-
happy to
you-
move.
You put them into a real tiz when you put that question up. Well, with me especially, I'm encroaching in your area.
Got to make the most of your last meeting.
Yeah.
It's moved and seconded, Mr Chair.
I think we should defer it to the incoming council.
Incoming finance and
Oh,
performance.
Letitia's here again now. Do you want
Great report.
some questions?
Yes. Just one question, Chair.
Ask him
I'm
to
going to ask, well, I'm talking in Maori now because we
Go on,
passed
then.
the plan. No. Look, happy with this. Just in your Maori impact statement, just the response we're getting from Ngāti Chiata. I'm just having a bit of trouble understanding what they're really wanting.
Through the chair, on which property is this specifically?
Everyone.
Ngāti Tiata.
I mean,
General cultural across the whole of Tamakina.
Through the chair, we put in verbatim comments that we received from the mana whenua groups that we engage with. If there's a specific issue that has been raised, we will go back and clarify that, and if someone has expressed interest, if a property is approved for disposal, we will again refer back to them to inform them of that and let them know if there's anything that we need to put in place prior to disposal.
look, I have no problem with the process. I think I'm just trying to understand what they're saying there. I'm just wondering whether you were able to decipher it a little bit, because I'm kind of a little at a loss as to exactly what they're saying and what that all means.
Through the chair, I also had a recent question from one of the ward councillors who's not present at the moment on a very similar topic just earlier this week, and it's something that I'm going to be following up with the person in our team who undertakes iwi engagement, and just making sure that we actually go back when it is unclear and get clarity around what has been, what we've been advised of.
So you didn't introduce your part, no.
No, I didn't. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Rochelle Kelly. Rochelle has just joined our team. She's going to be undertaking the the investigations and assessments for the optimisation work that was recently approved by the governing body, and she's just here today to get a flavour of how the council structure and decision-making responsibilities work and operate in this council.
She wasn't here this morning.
So we're very friendly people here, and Tisha gets a very good
Most people are nice to the
reception
staff.
here, and you will get the same reception, I'm certain.
Thank you,
And we-
Councillor Wood.
So with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. And thank you very much for your appearance before this committee, and Councillor Webster will probably say the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Excuse me.
Item number 12.
Rodney Local Board are very pleased with your work there,
World Health Organization, global network of age-friendly cities and communities. The only question I really have here, Katarana, is what's the cost of this, if we went for the World Health Organization global network of age-friendly cities and communities?
So both options presented in this paper have implementation costs for the development of some kind of strategic action plan, and the costs are the same. So the costs for the WHO Network Action Plan are set out on page 76. Under stage 1, down the bottom, which says cost implications.
Okay, so is there any,
The ratepayers think of it.
any questions, other questions? Maggie, Councillor Darby.
Just the input of the seniors advisory panel, was that thorough?
So they are a strong advocate for the WHO Global Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities. So they prefer option 2.
And they've given formal, it's a formal feedback?
So they have a work program, and it includes advocacy for Auckland joining the network as a key priority.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to move the recommendation, which is option 1, Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cooper, you'll second that?
Wait on.
Speakers? Any speakers to that? Councillor Casey.
Yeah, I'd just like to foreshadow that if you lose, as I expect you to, George, that we opt for option 2. And I'm going to make the case for option 2, if you will let me speak at some time.
Okay, so maybe we put option, the recommendation. Sorry, Councillor Walker.
Through you, Mr Chair, is it not appropriate to have a debate around option 1 and option 2 rather than simply putting
No, I
option
think
1?
we've got the motion on the floor, so if you don't want option 1, you obviously vote against the motion, and then we'll move, you can move, Councillor Casey's indicated that she will, has foreshadowed that she will move option 2. So maybe we take a vote on option 1.
Yeah.
So we'll have a division.
No, wait. I'd like to speak against option 1.
Oh,
if I may.
okay.
It's a debate, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, if you can speak against it, yes.
Right. And then I'm allowed to put the foreshadowed motion.
No,
Yeah, I can.
The
Yeah.
first motion's my motion, and then your motion.
So I'm speaking against yours. Is
Okay,
that all right?
yeah.
Why we should do this, there's 2 options here. If you look at them carefully, I know you have, they're basically the same thing, except the one on the left says, business as usual, we'll keep making progress and we'll get a more accessible city. The other option has got some targets to be met that are internationally recognised. So it actually, it pulls us further. It gives us something to meet. Why should you do it? Today we were told we're the 8th most livable city in the world. Did you know out of the top 10 livable cities in the world, there are only 3 who are not age friendly? Vienna, Hamburg and Auckland. It's what people are doing worldwide. It's a huge network. Why should you do it? Councillors, you have heard, it's a bit like the homeless issue and the rainbow panel issue. At every single annual plan, long-term plan, Auckland plan, we've heard from Age Concern, Grey Power, ADCOS, and more recently the Seniors Panel, that what will make Auckland great is to be more accessible through being an accredited age-friendly city. There's no difference in cost, you've just asked that question, so that's why I don't understand why George is putting up option 1 instead of option 2. Why should you do it? Well, first of all, you signed off the work plan for the Seniors Panel back in the day, within the first few months. They came here and said one of the things they wanted to look at was becoming an age-friendly city. We ticked that off. And through the 3 years, we've seen our Auckland front page becoming an age-friendly city. We've had members of the Seniors Panel addressing all kinds of fora, including our committees, our governing body, and even Auckland conversations with audiences up to 500, telling them that we're working towards becoming an age-friendly city. That's not option 1. Option 1 is not that. Option 1 is just business as usual. Option 2 is that. So what I want to say to you is that there is an expectation from all the organisations that we've been working with, that are working with older people. There's an expectation from our own Seniors Panel. They want to come here and go away and pop a cork. Because that's what they're thinking today is, George, and that's why I was so kind of disappointed that you're not supporting option 2, because today's the culmination of the 2.5 years of hard work, of lobbying, of talking to everybody. There's nobody in this room that doesn't know what an age-friendly city is. If it's friendly for older people, it's friendly for the whole of Auckland. Why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it? I think, Councillor, you had a column in Our Auckland about age-friendly city, and I think Councillor Walker did too. So we've been, it's in our rhetoric now. It's something we would aspire to, correct? So please do not vote for option 1, because I don't understand why it's even been put up. And give the people of Auckland, especially the older community, something that gives them the visibility that they want. That's what they've been asking for. And we haven't given them that much, to be honest, to date. This is something they are looking forward to, and it's up to us today to say yes to it.
Thank you. Well, we'll put them, Councillor Walker, yours is...
Sure. I'd just like to add to the comments that Councillor Casey is making. I think the first question that we need to ask ourselves is, what do we want to be? If the answer is yes, that we want to be an age-friendly city, and we want to be recognised as such, it follows that we need to have evaluation, we need to have a template to work with. Now, option 2 enables that. It means that we can avail ourselves of a strategic approach that will assist our officers in working it through. And that approach is already there. It is what a number of other international cities that are age-friendly cities already have. So why would we do something, frankly, that's a bit untidy and messy when you've already got something there that you can work off, that's established? That's the end result that we want. So if we want that result, let's start the way we mean to finish. It doesn't make sense otherwise. Absolutely doesn't make sense. It also enables us to get the advice and the support from other cities and the World Health Organization that are involved with this. So it's an absolute no-brainer to go for option 2 rather than option 1.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My reason for supporting option 2 as opposed to option 1 is really the fairly clear message that being part of the network of age-friendly cities actually lifts the bar. And it lifts the bar because we're able to tap into this exchange of experience and mutual learning. I mean, when I was in Chile, of all places, Councillor Brewer, I saw this wonderful program for elderly and their pretty vast network of parks in any city. They generally have a big strip that goes down that has outdoor equipment and has trees, and it runs along the busiest part of a city or town, even Santiago, which has 7 million people. But the thing that really caught my eye was the number of elderly groups that were out utilising this space, and it was set up for the public generally, but also specifically with the elderly in mind. Now, I've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen anything like that in New Zealand. It's out in the fresh air, it's got equipment, it's obviously got people from their equivalent of the council enabling it in some way. Now, it struck me as a wonderful sort of scheme or opportunity that you'd like to learn more about, or you would like to see how it came about or what the cost is, etc., etc. Now, there's bound to be numerous examples of that across the world where countries, cities are doing things that we could tap into. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we especially don't have to reinvent the wheel in light of some of the comments further down the report, such as quality of life research is currently underway to address the limited evidence available on older people in Auckland. So why start when the cost things are all equal? Why would you not go to something that enables to tap into expertise and to perhaps tailor that expertise to your own situation here in Auckland? And I would say that there is a degree of urgency here, because we get the statistics quoted in terms of what's happening with our elderly population. I went to New Zealand stats, and I was sort of blown away by the projected growth in a fairly short space of time. So 65 plus age group projected to make up over 25% of New Zealand's population by 2030s, compared with 12% back in a few years ago in 2005. That's doubling, and that largest increase in that group will occur in the 2020s and 2030s. That's not that far away. So other cities have been through this. We, instead of starting from scratch, we can tap into the expertise, the network and the framework, which seems to me to be incredibly pragmatic and also sets clear measurables, which sometimes can be hard to really follow through on when you're starting from the beginning, especially if you want to do things in a reasonably expeditious manner. So I certainly agree with Councillor Casey that when you have the Rolls Royce there purring outside your front door, why would you jump on the moped and start up? We've got something there that's worked, that's proven, that's internationally recognisable. Let's go for the best. Why not?
Thank you. Councillor Anai.
Thank you, Chair. And like everyone else has spoken, look, the age group that we're talking about is the fastest growing in the Western world. And in UNESCO themselves, inclusiveness is the big thing they talk about internationally at the moment. And we've got to take this option too to make sure we do become part of the inclusive society in the different bodies, different regions of the world that's going on. And I'm totally supporting what's been already said. We can't afford not to go down this track. It is where the international relations are going with this, on all the major countries in the world, especially in the Western world. And you take that seriously into consideration, just look at the numbers that have been said. It is the fastest growing group in New Zealand, as is in the Western world, and we need to be part of this. Thank you, and so I'm voting for option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Webster.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm an elderly person, and what really concerns me is I know lots of elderly people who live in my area, and what they want to see is, you know, take Graham and Jenny. They're both retired, they're both in their early 70s. They live on an unsealed road and have to breathe in dust all the time. They're not interested in whether we've got a sign that says age-friendly city. They live 5 minutes out of Warkworth. There are many, many people like that. The people on Whangaparoa who have to sit there in traffic day after day because they can't get Penlink. So all these things are all very nice, but they all cost money, and they're not actually helping the age-friendly people who sit around this table. And I think that we've got to get back to doing what we should be doing. These things all sound very nice, and I'd love to come out to Wangatiao. They've got that at Wangatiao, what you were talking about, John. And, you know, that's the practicality of living in Auckland. We've got basic things we need to be doing rather than spending money on this sort of wonderful labels that we should be calling our age-friendly city. Let's actually be very friendly to the elderly people who live in Auckland.
Thank you. Councillor Filipina.
Chair, I know that 3 have spoken against your recommendation, so I don't know if you're going to give us any latitude if it's okay for me to
I was
also...
voting for it.
No, I know, but I'm
you
saying there's been 3 already that are not voting for option 1. That's what I'm saying. So Chair, look, I will be very short in regards to this. Councillor Casey mentioned visibility, and this is what our older community, our more mature community wish. But I think John actually touched on it very briefly, and that was the network and the framework. And I think the key thing for me is around contribution. Contribution and the framework, if you read in bullet point 2, under number 2, is to tap into the potential and contribution of older people and to improve their well-being. Well, what it does with this accreditation is actually improve exactly what some of our more mature senior citizens actually want to end up pushing through around the roads not being sort of tar sealed. You know, I mean, here's an opportunity. Instead of just coming to meetings to have public input, here's an opportunity for us, because when we do around the WHO Global Network, the network and the framework is the key sort of bullet points for us to end up considering. Now, I'd look at the option 1 under 7, and I look at the quality of life research findings as a justification for the timing and the reason behind why option 1 is the better option and it's being pushed as the preferred. Is there, and just a question through you, Chair, when will the findings of that particular research be completed or actually come through to Council? Is there any indication?
So through the Chair, the survey is being conducted at the moment, and that finishes up on the 9th of October. So,
Chair?
yes, that's it. So indicatively end of November would be when we would have the results, and maybe some sort of technical or report around that.
So the fact that it's going to be done sort of September, October is really no longer a reason for option one, because the findings will actually have an impact and an input into the accreditation for who. The other issue as well is the Auckland Plan Review. That's our 30 strategic year one. So for me, things are going to definitely change, and Councillor Nye, actually through you, Chair, Councillor Nye is right, it's a growing population and it's going to continue to grow. And it's going to be the picture around our more mature citizens are going to be totally different as a result of our 30-year plan. So through you, Chair, I will not be supporting option one, but definitely be supporting option two. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. I will support this for a lot of reasons, and none of them are because I don't think it's important. What I see is that the most of our submitters, the most of our voters, the people that come to speak to us are in the older age group because they've got that time and they have time to consider and they've got good views they want to put forward. So I don't think we're any short of having the voice there at all, and we have a really effective seniors advisory panel. For me, I'm looking at it purely on the assessments. When you look at option two, there's many risks. And one of the risks is we do this, we set up an expectation, then we don't have a budget, and that's my concern. It absolutely talks about stage two, cost implications, unknown. We don't even know. And I would rather this went through, if you look at page 77, intentional approach, option one, could be developed within this approach as part of the Auckland Plan Review, and also an opportunity to draw on and align relevant strategies and approaches, whereas the option two, it says there's a risk that misalignment of relevant strategies and policies, and I think that we've got to do it in a joined up way. I think that's really important. I mean, one of my experiences of a World Heritage, UN thing, go to Halong Bay in Vietnam. It's a World Heritage site. It's a UN, UNESCO site, and there's no money put into it, and the place is full of sewage. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to do this, you've got to have the money. You've got to know what you're going to be spending, and we just don't know. And so for me, I think that we've got a lot of things we're doing. We draw them all together. But I honestly don't think that our older population don't have a voice. Just look around our table. Look who gets elected to nearly everywhere. It's not young people, it's our older people. That's a reality. And so we have a really big voice already at the governance table in nearly every local board. So I think that's actually, quite often you look at it and you go, gosh, where's the young point of view? So I'm trying to balance it out a little bit, and I think that at this point, until we review the Auckland Plan and we start to look at, and I'm talking about myself as well, it's not the young ones that are getting elected, is it? And so I think the issue with this is we've got to, we're going to refresh, if we're here, any of us are here, the Auckland Plan and start to pull that through those threads and make sure they align across and everything's woven through. And I want a bit more certainty. I don't want to do something and then say, oh, well, we've done it and we've got this bit of paper now and we've got no money to do anything about it. But I also think, for example, at parks level, there is always opportunities for people to come and speak at parks and say, actually, we'd like this sort of thing, just like a young group and talk about a skate park. We can have, there's always opportunities for public forum in nearly every one of our meetings for people to come and talk about what's important to them, to do practical stuff, rather than just be writing about it and have a rah-rah, because I get a bit tired of the let's do a strategy and let's have a rah-rah, and then we don't seem to ever have any money to do it, and that's what I find really disappointing. So I'd rather channel money that we've got into using what we're already doing, but also always being open to having public engagement at our public meetings, which we do, and we've had many projects come out of public forum at local board level and public forum at governing body meeting level. Often we get some really great ideas around practical things we can do, and we do them. So That's why I'm supporting this. I think we can do some great things, but we don't have to have a UN stamp on it.
Thank you.
World Health Organisation.
I'll take my,
Who, UN,
I'll
it's
take
all the
my-
same. It's not
Councillor
big
Fletcher.
toothless organisations.
Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry that Councillor Quacks isn't here today, because it was Councillor Quacks and myself that put forward, when the Auckland plan was being developed, an amendment that we made as a priority, Auckland an age-friendly city. So we had that opportunity, and I'm sorry that the council didn't adopt it at the time. But since that time, there's lots of things that we've done, and I share the view of others that we've got to actually follow through on those policies that we're already putting in place. I'm really proud of the Gold Hop Card. I'm really, really proud that we've been able to deliver on that. I think one of the biggest challenges is housing for older people, and I think if we allow rates to get out of control, what is the key driver for people, older people leaving the homes? It's unable to afford to stay in them. You know, there's a whole heap of practical things that we can be doing right now, I think, that will have great benefits. So until such time as the United Nations can bring forward someone like Helen Clark, and I've been involved in a range of United Nations programs over many years. I think I was with Leanne Dalziel and Jenny Shipley. We went to the International Women's Conference in Beijing, which was the first time a Chinese country had hosted a United Nations conference with Hillary Clinton and a whole range of others. And yes, it's all very glamorous and nice, but in actual fact, they don't deliver. And I'm hoping that there can be some change there, and if so, at that time, well, let's reconsider it. But for the moment, I think it's let's deliver our own policies to the best of our ability and ensure that they can be as age-friendly as possible. And when we have the opportunity to review the Auckland plan, for goodness sake, don't just let it be an amendment that goes up, that gets voted down. Let's do something about it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If no other speakers, I'm going to take my right of reply, and I think the points that Councillor Cooper and Councillor Fletcher have made are very important here, and Councillor Webster as well, that you know, we've got a policy in the Auckland plan that children and young people are to be put very high up on the and list of importance, and I think that we have the officers, the work from the officers saying that they believe that option 1 is the appropriate step to take at this time. Councillor Webster makes it very clear that we're putting the cart before the horse here, and I don't think that it's in our interest, because it says here, if you go for option 2, the application to join the World Health Organisation will be progressed, and I would say that'll start off straight away. So that puts that off the table. That's not part of the discussion when we review the Auckland plan, because we're looking at many populations, as the report says at page 32, youth, Maori, Pacific, migrants, people with disabilities, rainbow community who face challenges similar to those who are over 65. Now, I think that, in fact, I think that young people face huge pressures in this world that we're in today, and that was the reason why Councillor Casey really pushed to have children and young persons recognised very upfront in the Auckland plan. So I think that the work can be done. There can be work done in relation to the taking into account the quality of life research findings, the Auckland plan review, and the importance of buy-in from the incoming council. And no doubt if Councillor Lee was here, he would be supporting option 1. So I ask councillors to support option 1 on this occasion. Thank you.
Call for division.
Division.
So, as per on the screen, so it is going for, if you vote yes, it is to agree to progress option 1. Councillor Anai.
No.
Councillor Brewer. Or. Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
Aye.
Councillor Stewart.
Or.
Sorry?
Aye is yes.
You agree with what, option one?
Option one.
Yep, 4. Yeah.
That's just, yeah.
And then
That was mildly.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Stewart was yes. Councillor Watson.
No.
Member Wilcox.
Yes.
Chair Wood.
Yes.
So it's 7 all, so casting vote.
Okay, so I'll exercise my casting vote as the chair and I will support the motion. So the motion is carried. Thank you. So we now move to item 14. Sorry, no, 14. This is the...
Thanks, George. Yeah, good on you. Thanks.
What's the problem?
Stop it. Just ignore her. She's being rude. Just ignore her. Right, animal management.
Animal Management Annual Report, page 87.
Happy to move the report, Mr Chair.
Second.
Been moved and second.
Is there any questions or discussion? Councillor Casey.
Just got to remind us.
Yeah, it's an issue I think I've raised every year I've been on an Auckland Council, and that is that one of the concerns I have is the number of dogs we kill as a council. And I like to have it out of the back page and into the front page. And while near the front we've got we rehome 100% of adoptable dogs, which is great, but we also are killing at enormous rates. And if you turn to page 112, in the last year we killed 3,172 dogs, and it's that figure I'd like to see brought down. So these are dogs that are they're killed by virtue of deed or breed, but some are killed who just can't be adopted. But the adoption rate, 100%. So can I just ask about the 3,172? And most of those, of course, are in Manukau. Can we get some handle on how we're ever going to bring that figure down?
Some of the dogs have health issues that we cannot adopt back out into the community. Menacing dogs by deed and breed are not adopted by Auckland Council. This is a policy, as you are aware, and these have been drawn from the Dog Control Act. The operational policy was determined in 2014 and 15 post-in housing. It's a consolidation of the legacy policies and a reaffirmation of a long-standing practice that is consistent nationwide. The operational policy is in the best interest of the community as a whole. The evidence of harm that menacing dogs have is in Auckland is overwhelming in our impounding and prosecution statistics. A review of the operational policy would be premature at this time, in light of the Associate Minister of Local Government reviewing the Dog Control Act in this matter. Every dog that we do have that is adoptable, we go to every length to adopt it out to a family.
Thanks. Just if I may continue, remember Chip? We said as a council, Chip was a pup who was in the rubbish bin who ended up being euthanised. We did say, as a result of the enormous public interest in Chip, that there would be a review. There has been absolutely nothing brought back to the council. So where is that at? And I've got another question after that. They're all related. They're all related to the killing of 3,172 dogs.
In fairness to the staff, they, as I look at them, they probably weren't there at that committee meeting. Were either of you there?
No.
Yes.
Jeff was, though. He's at the back.
Maybe, I'm not sure, but I certainly do remember the discussion and the question, Councillor Casey. So we I don't specifically recall the resolution at the time, but I certainly know that you were passionate about looking at how we better avoid these circumstances. We also agreed at the same time that the primary issue there was that a poorly behaved owner of that dog put the dog into the bin in the first instance, and we were left in a position where we had a sick dog that we tried to care for, as I recall, and eventually was put down. So there are some salutary lessons out of that, and certainly I don't think anybody in the team, and I've been out to the site myself, wants to see dogs unnecessarily put down, but the commitment is they need to be able to go to a good home.
Yeah, the third question, and it was interesting the way you answered the question, because I'll ask it again. What I was really expecting back was, how do we stop this? We stop this by getting dogs desexed, by stopping people selling dogs online, so that's the kind of answer I'm looking for. And that's the other arm of council, where we're not just killing dogs, we're stopping dogs getting into the position of needing to be killed. So can you help me with the second part?
Certainly. So desexing, as you mentioned, is a big part of this, and in light of taking dogs out of a situation, people will just get another dog. So it's in order to, if we can get responsible dog ownership by desexing and getting into the communities where we need to talk to people about what responsible dog ownership means, enabling that dog to remain home. It's not wandering, it's not coming into our pound, it's registered, it's microchipped. So it's working in the communities where we need to be. It's getting the menacing dogs and all dogs, if we can, desexed. And it's stopping just taking dogs out of the society and other people just getting more and not taking accountability for those dogs.
I'd like to see that figure come down, and I'd like to see that should be a target for us, that we may indeed have to put down dogs that the court tells us have to be killed. We may indeed put down dogs that are sick. But I'd like to see us not having that trade in cross pit bulls and whatever coming through the shelters.
We do have a slightly lower 3%, and I know it is lower than the previous year for euthanasias, and we have got less dogs impounded. It is a small figure, and we do hope to grow on that.
And I'd like to, again, just to say that it needs to come out of the back page and go right up the front. It has been up the front, it's just snuck back again, with a commentary around it about what we're doing to bring it down.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, I know this is done under the, with regards to the Dog Control Act. Is that all this report's about? I just wanted to know, like, do we do other things, or does that come back in another report? Like how many cows on the road and things like that?
So the annual report is required under the Dog Control Act, and it does specify what we are to report on. And the stock as such does not come under the Dog Control Act, which is the reason why it's not in the annual report. But we would have statistics available for the Impounding Act as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a C, and I know that we've had other opportunities to talk about Operation Phoenix and the work that's been done, but I'd like to add a formal C with your agreement, and I'm happy to give you the words, that the committee acknowledge the commitment and dedication of our animal management team during Operation Phoenix and commend them for the results achieved. I have to say that during the time of this council, we don't get a lot to necessarily feel that proud of, but listening to our team, to Jeff on television and radio talking about the work of our animal welfare teams, I must admit I felt incredibly proud of the work of this council. I know Councillor Casey's raised the issue of the euthanasing of the dogs that are deemed unadoptable or simply not well enough to adopt. And I know that we might feel upset about it, but we don't feel any halfway as upset as the team do who are actually working with those dogs and who are having to euthanise those dogs, and I think they deserve our respect for that. And finally, Mr. Chair, as you know, we're all out on the streets putting pamphlet in people's letterboxes. I have to say, you really notice the absence of dangerous dogs in many areas that were unwalkable, and that is not a job that I think anyone wants to do. I love dogs, but my tolerance for dangerous dogs is minimal, and as far as I'm concerned, the toughness that we have, the tough stance we've taken, led by Councillor Penrose, who I think has been an exemplary leader in this area, is exactly what we need to do. And I'm sorry if the stats are not good around the animals that we need to euthanise, but that is fully the fault of the owners. So to our team, well done. We acknowledge and congratulate you. You do a job that not many of us would be brave enough to do, and I hope that those sentiments are relayed to the team with warmth. So,
Thank you. Councillor Penrose.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and just bear with me for a couple of seconds. But first, I just want to start off with acknowledging Grant and Jeff and all the team in our animal management section, all about 100 odd staff that we've got within the organisation there. And I want to start off by saying I take a contrary view to the animals that we have to do to put to sleep, and I don't really care whether it's in the front or the back. At the end of the day, our officers take their job absolutely serious. And they're dog lovers themselves, they're animal lovers themselves, and they're passionate. And I've been out with our guys numerous occasions, and been heavily involved in this since the inception of the bringing it in-house in November 2014, and was, like Councillor Casey, was one of the drivers to bring it in-house. And we're delivering a service now second to none. In my view, we're leading New Zealand in animal management, and probably leading the South Pacific. And our guys are courageous, they're out there, they take abuse. Operation Phoenix, I don't know if you noticed, TV3, Duncan Gardner was so complimentary of Auckland Council and the way we delivered what we delivered. And those guys were out there, and when I won't mention a particular location in my backyard where they had to take reinforcements of the police because it was so dangerous and so volatile that our guys were put into a position of they were just damn right scared. But 99% of the time they don't go with the police. They front up to the doors. And they don't know whether they're going to get abused, bashed, kicked or whatever. It's going to happen. And we talk about health and safety. Well, one of the scariest things I sit around here as one of the leaders of this council is what's going to happen next to one of our officers.
yeah, exactly.
When they go knock on those doors. You know, and those, again I say, and I emphasise, Mr. Chair, they love animals. And we all know that for those that have been to Sharkey Street, to our headquarters for the South and Central, they can see the guys are passionate. They're so passionate, they get, you know, one of our girls, one of our senior officers, was about 9 days or 8 days away from having a baby, for God's sakes, Operation Phoenix, and she was on the job. That's how dedicated they are. I had a discussion a wee while earlier on with the Deputy Mayor, and I'll go one point further, as to how we actually reward our frontline officers better and lift the pay scale, the pay band for those guys. And as Deputy Mayor says to me, maybe it's an area we take up on the 14th of September at the CEO's Review Committee, Mr. Executive, because it's absolutely critical. And why I say that is that they're sitting here, the training's up here, and the skills are up here. And we're losing them to places like DOC or to immigration, to Department of Primary Industries, because we upskill our guys so highly, they're so highly thought after, they're snatching them off us. It's like our building industry. People don't realise it. You know, Auckland Council's leading the way in our regulatory area, and we're getting poached left, right and centre. We've got to lift the bar, people around this table, and respect it and appreciate it. Otherwise, we're not going to be leading the front. We're not going to be leading New Zealand. So, guys, again, I just want to say thanks very much. The team have done an outstanding job. When it comes to disposing of dogs, sorry, but you know, we do their damnedest to make sure we rehouse those dogs. Sadly, it can't always be the way. Sadly, through Operation Phoenix, 1,529 dogs. We're still up there left dogs that, and I was out there again with our team on Friday, that totally were oblivious, totally ignored and totally didn't care about registering their dogs. And my wife said to me when we launched it, why are we rewarding good dog owners when we got 2 white Westies? And I said, well, not, but we have to make a difference. But the project is cost neutral. You know, the life of a dog, for argument's sake, in Auckland South, is 3 to 5 years. We would never have had those dogs on the radar before, and now they are. And yes, up front we've covered it, but the life of that dog, 3 to 5 years, will recoup that cost, so that it'll be cost neutral to the people of Auckland. And touch wood, we won't have any more vicious bites that we've had across the region. That's what we're going to try and deter. So people, can I ask you to support when it comes to the time that our frontline officers get rewarded in the best way possible? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And I mean, I do commend our staff. We talk, you know, it's a tragedy that so many dogs have to be euthanased, but it comes right down to the owners. And actually, it's probably a blessing for some of those dogs because they live in some dreadful, dreadful situations with cruelty and no respect for them. You know, actually, it's probably doing them a kindness. And the other thing, we cannot rehome. I also think that it's not fair for our staff to have to go to houses to uplift dogs where children's faces are brutally mauled, you know, and they're scarred for life, and emotionally and physically. You know, it's a dreadful, dreadful thing. And the sad thing is, some of these families, these dogs are turning on their own children and family members. So I have no compunction the fact that we have to do that. We have to do it sometimes. And until we can actually manage, you know, we can never hope to manage people. We can't. We can try to educate, we can do all that. We can do lots of stuff at the top of the cliff, and we're doing it well. But in the end, some people will just continue to just get another dog. And, you know, so we've got to manage it somehow. It's not the best way to manage it, but if it stops one child or person being mauled or killed, because that's another outcome, I'd rather that happened. At least when someone dies of being mauled to death, it must be an absolutely horrific, painful death. And when euthanasia is done in a really humane way, and, you know, and it must be just awful to have to see that happen so often. But I'd much rather that we protected our community even from themselves, and that's what it comes down to sometimes. We have to protect people from themselves, from their poor decisions and their poor choices, unfortunately. And I wish we had a way to licence people before they could even get an animal, just like a gun licence, because it can be a lethal weapon against a small child. So I support the great work that the team are doing, and it is not an easy job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. I think we all know the hard work that you all do, but I just a little story. My niece fostered a dog from out at Manukau, and it was having puppies. It had 8 puppies, and my niece Lisa, who I think you would have vetted very closely, once the puppies were born, the puppies were all adopted, and those 8 puppies are all Facebook friends. They all have play dates, and they even Skype each other, and they visit each other's homes, and they're like real family. So
excuse me.
That is a positive.
Excuse me. Just stop here. Stop here. Councillor Walker.
There's no quorum.
You've moved
Can't leave.
You've moved the motion.
I'll move it, Mr. Chair.
Well,
You've got a quorum, sir.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact you moved the motion, but you're just walking out and leaving us high and dry. So.
I'm sure Councillor.
Oh, well, thank you very much. If we'd known that, you would have got someone else to do it if you're going to be leaving. But anyway, carry on.
I'll move.
Councillor, I'll second it. Councillor Holt's moved it then. Sorry, carry on, Councillor.
Anyway, I was after being interrupted. Anyway, so I just want to thank you very much for what you do, and keep up the good work, and just make sure that if you're fostering and adopting any of these puppies are going to homes such as Lisa's. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Darby.
Oh, look, similarly, I do want to I don't want to repeat all the accolades, but team, you've done a great job here. I think these education programs, which the Deputy Mayor refers to, have made a phenomenal difference. I see it on the street when I walk, I see it on beaches. Dog owners have shifted in their understanding of even their little dog, which they think is, you know, the tamest little thing on the planet, can actually upset a child, and I just see a change in behaviour all over the place. So I think accolades are due, and I do take my hat off to the response time on priority ones. That's phenomenal, 99.2 within 60 minutes. Look, I think we should acknowledge all the good numbers in this report, and the rehoming number is up around about 50%. Yeah. It's phenomenal. Some good numbers in here, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the team.
Yeah. Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. We now move to item 15. It's Gail Surgeon and PSI. Here it is. Tanya. Tanya, is it Tanya?
Yes,
thanks.
Councillor Lodge.
Thanks for coming in, Gail and Tanya. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
So we had our last update about a year ago. So
That's right. So what Tanya's handing around now is a document that we've produced, which is a year in review. So there's more detail in that document than what we're going to present in today's presentation. The presentation will cover just a few highlights. So just to recap, you'll probably remember that March last year there was a review of the Southern Initiative, and a result of that review was the creation of a small team focused on community and social innovation. That's the team that Tanya and I are part of, and also that it was explicitly communicated that Panuku would take responsibility for the urban development or the physical transformation in South Auckland. So today we're going to cover what's happened over the last year. And have I got can you flip the, oh, here it is. So we've spent the last year effectively rebooting the Southern Initiative and building that social and community innovation approach. The review was really clear about the need to be focused. So the focus for us has been on employment and skills, enterprise and entrepreneurship, and whānau wellbeing, and we'll cover that more in the examples that will follow. Also, the review said that the Southern Initiative should be more innovative, and I think we can demonstrate that through the work we've done on Māori and Pacific trades training, and also our work with the Auckland Co-Design Lab. The Southern Initiative to be more collaborative, so we totally understand that we can't do anything on our own, and I think we can demonstrate being very collaborative. The strengths and opportunities orientation was strong feedback from the community, who really expressed that South Aucklanders are tired of being seen as a problem to be fixed and want the focus to be on strengths and assets and opportunities. And alongside that, there was the recommendation that we get closer to the community, and we've really focused on building strong relationships with community organisations and community leaders and change agents. And we've really focused on delivering results. So that's going to be the focus of the highlights. And the Māori and Pacific Trades Training Initiative is definitely a highlight. We're now in our second year of operation. The first year we had a few issues, like the project was umbrellaed by the Open Polytech, who weren't really the right fit for the project. So we've negotiated with the Tertiary Education Commission that the Southern Initiative has the status of a tertiary institution, which has given us a lot of flexibility and agility to build a consortia of private training organisations that are directly funded by TEC. We also stand out as one of the Māori and Pacific trades training initiatives that's closest to industry and more responsive to employers. We've created a 12-week certificate of infrastructure course that was directly in response to what employers said they need. And we're going from strength to strength. The TEC have been speaking to us over the last couple of weeks about next year's funding. They've said they want to increase our funding and strongly support the direction that we're taking. Next is a short video clip of one of the graduates of the Certificate of Infrastructure course, and I think she really encapsulates the difference this project's making.
Kia ora, my name is Leonora Marshnatai. I am from Manerua. Before I started Solomon Group, I was going through a few things in my life which really changed me. Me and my tamariki ended up in refuge. Went through some real bad stuff. My life has been associated with gangs, and I suppose coming into Solomon Group has made me change the way that I am, change the way that I want to be. The way I heard about Solomon Group was I went to one of my kids' Christmas park breakups at the school, and Solomon had a store at a stand at the school. I picked up the infrastructure pamphlet and thought, oh yeah, I'll just go and have a look anyway, have a jack at it. For me, it wasn't really what I thought it wasn't really me, but I came to the induction, and the induction was in Manerua, at the Solomon Group in Manerua. I sat and met Singer for the first time there, and from there I decided, oh yeah, I'll give this a go. I joined the course and signed up then. During the course, since I've been in this course, I've gained a new whānau, a whole new me, way confident, way more positive in my direction. The support that I got from Solomon Group has been awesome. It's driven me to be a better person, be a better mum. My direction now in life is to get full-time employment, and I have gained that since I've been in here. Some of the tohus that I've gained while being in Solomon Group was my wheels, tracks and rollers, my traffic control, site safe, and doing all of that and having an understanding on all of that helped me to get a full-time job with water care, which I'm really, really excited about.
Cool. So I think that really represents the kinds of people that our initiative is reaching. We've really focused on recruiting people who are unemployed, so it's not like some of the other initiatives that offer free fees to Māori and Pacific students who enrol in trades qualifications in a tertiary institution. Also, Leonora represents the people that we really hope that we can make a difference for leveraging off strategic procurement. This is an area that Tanya's led over the last year or so, and we're really starting to get some momentum and traction. And I think Tanya's probably best placed to give you a bit of a sample of what's been happening in that area.
Thank you, Gail. Tēnā koutou rau rangatira mā. So we've been using our procurement lever to maximum effect to improve outcomes for South Aucklanders in terms of employment, raising incomes, workforce development, and also enterprise opportunities. We're working really closely with Auckland Transport, and I'd like to acknowledge their leadership in this area. So we've advised on the City Rail Link remaining procurements and the socio-economic objectives that will be included in those. We're working with colleagues around the Otahuhu streetscape and making sure that we've got our great South Auckland talent is in those tenders as well, and also our community facilities colleagues. The Manukau bus interchange tender is currently out to market, and we've written the clauses for that tender, will be part of the tender evaluation and also probably part of the contract management for that. Again, that's about employment. The contractor will be required to take new entrant recruits from our Māori and Pacifica trades training as part of winning the work. So this is an area that we're providing strategic advice to our colleagues, tactical advice to our colleagues, and also practical help, and really leveraging the resources that we already have through, for example, Māori and Pasifika trades training.
So a real theme in the way that we're approaching the Southern Initiative is to generate more value from existing assets. So the procurement lever is existing resources that are being spent, and our influence is to ensure that they achieve more outcomes, social as well as economic. And we've also been focusing on a strength in South Auckland. There are lots of assets in the way of parks, community facilities, libraries, and we've noticed that some of them aren't being as well utilised as perhaps they could, and getting alongside resident communities and community organisations that have got ideas for how to generate more value, leveraging off these fantastic assets. So we've been working with we can talk about Ranwick Park, for example.
Sure. We're working with the Ranwick Park residents who have been, with the support of the Manurewa Local Board, have really transformed their community from the inside out. They will be the lessees of the new Manutukutuku Centre that was opened on Saturday. They are doing fantastic things, and we're getting right behind them so that they can really start to accelerate what they're doing in terms of enterprise and giving the children and young people in their community the best start in life.
It's also generating employment for local people, so that right bottom photograph there is one of the people who works for the Ranwick Park residents group that have formed a work cooperative maintaining the Riverton Reserve. So that now provides part-time employment for 5 Māori men who were previously long-term unemployed, and that was a contract that Downer passed on to the residents as a subcontract, and as a result of their fantastic work, they're now in discussions with Downer about other contracts, and they've also secured a contract to do the cleaning and maintenance at a local school. So we think that sort of local procurement, local employment initiatives can really make a difference. And in the top left-hand corner is a Cook Islands leader, and that's a garden that he's created out of tyres outside a building that the Cook Islands Development Agency leased from the council. So that's just a simple way that they've been generating more value and teaching Cook Islands families how they can do that in their backyards. One of the real highlights for us, I think, in our connections with central government has been the co-location of the Auckland Co-Design Lab with the Southern Initiative. And with the Auckland Co-Design Lab, we've participated in challenges that look at the issues around driver's licences. The Attitude Gap Challenge was focused on youth employment, and what we hear constantly from employers about would gladly employ young people with a great attitude. Those are both initiatives that have got some traction down in Wellington and influencing policy, and I think will really make a difference for young South Aucklanders in particular. We've had some funding from the Ministry of Health to do a project on healthy homes, which there's more detail about in the handout. But I'd really like to focus on the Early Years Challenge. That photograph there is the group that worked in June on a challenge which was really focused on how to create home outside the home. From some research that we did late last year, one of the big challenges for families raising young children in South Auckland is that home isn't necessarily a sanctuary. It might not be good quality, it's often crowded, so families need to create home in the community. So that means that they will use libraries, parks, community facilities, churches and those kinds of things. And what we've realised working with parents, and there were 9 parents of young children involved in this 3-day workshop, that some of the things that we offer might work for us as an organisation or for the facility, but they don't necessarily work for a family who have to travel a wee way to go to a library for a half-hour wriggle and rhyme session. So we've been talking to our colleagues in community services about how we might redesign some of the programming to better meet the needs of families. So that's also a way of using our existing resources smarter and more family centred. We're also in the middle of a co-design three-day workshop. Today's the third day, exploring another theme that came out of our research about the early or pre-birth, post-birth, the first few months. And we've got a great partnership happening with Plunkett. And I popped into the workshop just briefly today and also yesterday, and we've managed to attract the same number of parents with their babies participating in the process, and they've got all sorts of ideas, and we've really noticed a huge increase in the confidence of the parents participating in this process, and we really look forward to Plunkett changing the way that they deliver their services in South Auckland. They're going through a whole redesign process, not just in South Auckland but nationally, and they're using this design thinking method. So there's some real synergy between what they're doing and what we're doing, and we expect to be able to report some great change happen out of that. And then finally, we've been also experimenting with some small innovations at a local community level and to engage young people. On the left-hand side are some pop-up events that have happened in town centres across South Auckland called Makerhood. That's something that we've been doing with community leaders like the Roots Collective. It's pop-up events focused on encouraging people to fix and repair so it reduces organic waste to landfill, but also we've had 3D printers and computers for kids to play on, bike fix and repair pods, and ways to encourage the maker culture in South Auckland. And the reason for that is that we think that new technology could be a real enabler of social and economic change in South Auckland. Jobs are going to be very different in 10 years' time. Technology is really focused on the maker revolution now, and this is the beginning of it. We think if we can encourage young people to tinker and get involved in hands-on learning by doing, they'll be really up for what new technology offers. On the right-hand side are a couple of examples of creativity from young people in South Auckland. We've experimented with using an online platform to crowdsource creative content from community members. It's been really popular with young Māori and Pacific South Aucklanders, and those two pieces of artwork were part of a creative call that we collaborated with Pānuku on. Pānuku wanted to engage young people and transform Manukau, so they put out a call and got about 300 uploads of this kind of creativity, and we created a pop-up exhibition in the Manukau civic area, the square, the plaza, with I think it was about 7 or 10 examples of some of this artwork. And the interesting thing to note that I think that pop-up exhibition's been out in the plaza for about 2 weeks now, and there hasn't been a single tagging or vandalism. So I think that shows when people know that this is from the community, belongs to the people who live there, and they relate to it, vandalism and tagging doesn't happen. So from here, we think we've created a really good base for community and social innovation, and we've focused a lot on understanding the lived experience of South Aucklanders and gaining lots of insight. Also doing a lot of things to learn and have some practical action happening on the ground. This next year, we want to accelerate and amplify that to really step up the impact. but we will remain focused on those areas of employment and skills, enterprise entrepreneurship and early years and whānau wellbeing. But we'll continue to be entrepreneurial, making sure that we maximise existing resources, we challenge our community partners to do the same, and that we continue to work with central government in a way that maximises their investment in the projects like Healthy Families, Healthy Homes and the Early Years Challenge, which has been funded by MSD, and also the Māori and Pacific Trades Training.
Question.
Oh, no, so not questions. Just to acknowledge the work that the TSI have done, and Gail, to you, Tane, and the rest of the team. As the chair of the steering group, I know that we asked Gail to end up sending a newsletter through to our councillors and members on this particular committee, so I'm just hoping you're receiving these instead of an update once every year. So that's one issue that we wanted to address early on in the piece, is that you end up getting a newsletter around the work that's being done. So again, we just look forward to really getting the newsletters and the updates. Go. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Halls.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is fantastic. You know, I think there was a lot of kind of hand-wringing about where Southern Initiative was going to go, and it's just, you know, it's exactly what we've asked for. I think it's brilliant. So now, here's my ask. Next term, if I'm here, I'm going to be asking for a Western Initiative, and I think Councillor Cooper will be backing me on that. So we don't need another whole big Southern Initiative, you know, let's start from scratch, whatever. But as the Southern Initiative is kind of coming out of the ground and happening, what Old Waitakere held together out west is kind of draining away, because the local boards, bless their hearts, are kind of well-intentioned, but you need the big arms around it to hold it together. So I'm really hoping that in the next council we can look at this, because I think people can now see 6 years on, a lot of cynicism, but this is exactly what we need to do, and our local boards are simply not tooled up to deliver it in the kind of disparate way in which they work. So I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move this, speak with huge enthusiasm for the work done, but signalling that we need to anchor south and west, we need to be doing this out west as well.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper and then Councillor...
I just going to back up our Deputy Mayor's comments, because we go to the our local board meetings and we have communities coming to us with these kind of initiatives they want to do, but there's just not enough funding.
There's no money.
And they've got the will there, and so do the local boards, but they don't have that. So I think it's about identified need. You know, some local boards aren't going to need money for this stuff, but others are, and I think it's part of the Empowering Communities response. It just can't be all channeled into one place. And there's definitely need in South, but there is in West, and West is not far behind in some of our families. And when you walk the streets door knocking and putting flyers on, you see some of these homes and some of the people in them, and you know, they really need some support to be doing for themselves. And so I think if we could not call it the Southern Initiative, but something else, it's just broadening that scope of, especially with the employment stuff and the kinds of initiatives that engage people. We've got murals coming out of our ears in West Auckland, but I'll tell you what, they're fabulous and good, but local boards struggle like hell to try and get funding for them, and they could do so much more. So I'd just like to see a bit of sharing the love around. Thank you.
I've got a question in relation to early childhood education. That was, I mean, the figures were fairly daunting as far as the southern areas of Auckland in the Royal Commission report. So have you got any figures on where that, or information as to where that is now?
Participation rates have really improved in South Auckland, but what we're hearing is that there's a big need for families to have activities that they can do if they're raising their children themselves, or for the 20 hours that perhaps are not sending their children to early childhood services. We're also hearing from some early childhood services that the children are having a great time. They're in a good quality early childhood centre, but they're really concerned about the mothers who are really isolated. They drop their kids off, go home, and all sorts of problems with depression and not connected to education or training or employment. So there's a big need for families. It's not just provision of early childhood education, and that's what we're exploring through this early years challenge.
You're right to Massey to look at the Pacific
And also
Island.
in relation to libraries, I mean, we've been on visits down there and we've seen the real demand for computers and computer use. And I think some of them, there's a line-up of people waiting. Is that something which you've had a look at? And
Yeah, we've got a great collaboration happening with libraries, and libraries are really reinventing themselves. There are 10 fabulous libraries across South Auckland, and they're really up for innovating and changing and responding to what the residents are looking for. We've had library staff involved in our early years challenge workshops, and they've been up for change and responding to the ideas that are being generated.
I go home from here, Mr. Chair.
Ask a question. Oh, just had a
so
question.
Councillor,
I go home from here with the
Mr.
question.
Wilcox, you got a question?
Yes. Oh, this is great stuff. I just wanted to understand, because I don't see it in here, how you're working with the marae of South Auckland, you know, like Iota and Matuku today.
Yeah. We're working with a number of marae, Papakura marae, who've hosted some of our early years workshops, and some of the team are really closely connected to Tony Kaki and his team. Manarewa marae, we've got some really exciting opportunities happening there with youth-led social enterprise. Tanya was recently at Te Puia marae as part of a deconstruction project where some of the... Do you want to talk
With
about
our
it?
waste colleagues who are doing some really fantastic work around deconstruction and making sure that those materials are distributed back out into fantastic community causes instead of landfill. So we did a bit of filming of that so that we can promote more of that type of thing.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Cooper, you got a question?
I just had a question. In Waitakere, we had children's librarians, and they got culled on the amalgamation, and it sounds like kind of that's what someone's trying to do again. So have we got some sort of plan to make children's librarians across the board? Because it actually does make a difference. I mean, that's a lot of the clientele. They were great programs. Of course, they can be modified, but they actually made a huge difference. But they also engaged the mothers, you know, story times, all sorts of stuff like that. So, you know, if you're going to, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We could probably just bring back some stuff that actually worked and got discarded. Because I see that's another way of bringing mothers in, and often there's mothers that don't have great literacy levels, but that can actually help them if it's story reading from other people. It's a quiet way of not exposing that you can't read, but it's a helpful way of learning and helping learning and reading along with children. So is there anything going in that area, or...?
I'm not sure specifically, but it's definitely something we can talk to our libraries colleagues about.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't
And
it?
I agree. Their good ideas aren't necessarily new ideas. Sometimes they're revived and adapted ideas.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you got a
Just a small comment in regards to the assistance with Māori. The steering group, and I just wanted to acknowledge the councillors that attend our steering group meetings, but the steering group have all our mana whenua, and we're in the process now of getting Mata Waka involved. We've got all our advisory councillors for at least the Southern Initiative area. You know, there's just quite a few on our steering group, which is so important. And anybody on our steering group can actually get involved with any of our of the goals that we've set. And so in regards to that, and I know Matua, you've been to one of the steering group or some of the steering group meetings. They have an opportunity to get involved in everything that's basically been highlighted there.
Okay.
But like I said, I just want to acknowledge the work that Arthur Anai has done, especially around the driver's licensing. It's been an issue that he's put up not only at this table but also at the steering group.
We just have worries about the chair, Mr.
Yeah.
Right, well, thank you, Gail, for coming in. Much appreciated. And this is, I remember 3 years ago, they came in and gave a presentation, and there was a huge number of questions. And I think Councillor Filipaina wondered where the Southern Initiative was going. So you've certainly changed it, and it's good to see you really at the grassroots. So I will now thank you, and I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against, declare that carried. Thank you. Now, we've got a few...
Move item 16, Mr. Chair.
16 is moved by Councillor Penrose. I'll second that. Yep. I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against, carried. 17, information items. I'll move that.
You have to second it.
Seconded by Councillor Penrose. Put that. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against, declare that carried. Have we still got a quorum?
Yes.
As long as
Yes.
Yeah. If you stay, Councillor Filipaina, just for the next item, which it's a land acquisition of stormwater management in the open section.
I'll move.
Sorry, you move that, Councillor.
I'll second.
Now moved by Councillor Penrose, seconded by Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, got to have it.
Okay. And now no consideration of extraordinary items.
So we'll move, I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against, declare that carried. So we now move that we go into confidential for this one item. The reasons are set out on page 125. Seconded by Councillor Brewer. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against, declare that carried. So we'll just have a minute while they turn off the feed.